We should be coming on live soon. Right? Oh, there we go. All right. Hello. Happy New Year's Eve. We'll get around to more New Year's Eve celebration, but tonight's crit night. The link to upload should be up there. Let me post it. We have 0 people on. Well, it says we're connected. Okay. Oh, crap. Uh-oh. I might have just done myself in there. Don't close it. Okay, there we go. Goodness gracious. Nightmare. That's got to stay up. That just has to come to front. It's always drama. All right. So there's some people here. Someone give me a shout out if you can hear me and see me. Well, we have 4 things. I can never remember what that other thing's called. So someone from YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook, if someone can give me a yell, let's go there. Also, let me post this. What is it? Hey, how's it going, guys? So we have YouTube. Happy New Year's Eve. All right, now I just have to find the link. This is my life. I thought I had this all written down on a sheet, and for some reason I can't find my little sheet. Do you see a text? Aha! Woo! Look at that. This is what we need. Boop. Copy. Boop. Paste. Enter. That is the Dropbox connection link. So if anyone, it's crit night, so anybody has anything okay, one sec. So anybody has anything they want me to look at, I don't care what it is, it can be from anything, we'll discuss it. But that's the link to the Dropbox right there, the http blah blah z.brush/tsw. Very accurate representation of that link, I think. So upload, we only have 2 people who uploaded, so we're going to look at their stuff. And then ZBrush fan, I have a question. I'm using mobiles. Yeah, so like I said, my interface is sort of designed for bigger machines like this screen, but all you have to do is when you come over here, see this up and down arrow? When I come over into that sliding menu, if I hold down the control button, I can slide this up and down. And so it's the same thing you do here when you're trying to get into something here, except you have to hold down the control button when you do it. And that's for this menu, this up here, this bar, these move. This one moves, and this bottom one slides. I thought I still haven't gotten rid of that. Hold on, let's see if we can get rid of that. Config, enable custom UI, Control Alt. I don't know why that was there. Oh yeah, I do. Sometime when I used the older one and upgraded it, it didn't like it. So let's do that. Let's get this back over to where I want it. All right, and that shows that. Yep. And then while we're here, preferences. Undo history. No, quick save. Let's save that for 40. Because this drive, I don't have as much room on this one. Yeah, transparency's right here. You just slide it up and down. At least I'm not a hotkey person. Dyslexic and not being able to type. It'd be me doing this, hunting for a key. That's why I pull everything out. All right. Oh, one sec. Let me save this. Save user interface. No, I need save user interface. TSW CUI 2020. We're going to throw that on the desktop. Preferences. And now we're going to store configuration. All right. Sorry, kind and gentle folk. So upload anything you want to look at. If you have any questions, of course, ask at any given time. I have a bottle of Chianti. So this is officially the last Pixologic stream of the decade. So I figure might as well drink our way through it, right? Happy New Year's Eve. I guess technically, nope, not yet. I was going to say, I guess technically it might be New Year's Eve, but it's not. It's still an hour off other places in the country. Yes, of course. Upload a screenshot and we'll discuss it. All right, I think that covers all of our questions. We had 2 models uploaded for crit. So let's take a look at them. This is our first one. Honestly, you did a pretty good job here. Tips of these feathers get a little flat. And you lose some of your continuity on feather direction here. Feet are good, little scars in the wood are good. The sword's looking fine. Okay, look, you have to make sure, see how we're over this window right here, right? And you see how I have that little up and down arrow? If you hold down Control, you can move them. You have to touch, don't hover, and don't click any buttons, just touch it with the Control key selected. And that will allow you to move these around. This is the Wacom Cintiq. I think it's the 22 or 20. I get confused. I've had every one of them. I had the 24. I've had the UX21. So if I'm not mistaken, I think they're saying this, the Cintiq Pro 22. All right, so that's your flattened wires. Let's go back. Let's turn our knife off for a second. Let's get back up to our owl. So there are a couple things. One, your over and under is good. I'd still like to see a little bit. Oh, thank you very much. And yes, looking forward to a new year. It's time for a new year. I think this year was a little hectic. Um, Dealing with idiots sucks. And you can actually resolve this situation here with just the slide brush for the most part. And just push these over just a little more so you're actually getting a wee bit of an, where it feels like it's a little bit more of an overlap there. Because if you look at the difference between, come on you, that, right? See how this is a soft intersection now? We don't want those intersections to be soft. So we can take slide, push this edge over a touch, grab this and bring this edge under. And you'll want to do it sort of on all your faces really, just to get it to where it is over. And see, let's pull back here again. And you can see that this is a much crisper edge. And when this gets polished, this is going to blend in. So just get your overs and unders to be a wee bit more crisp. Also, this is going to different places, right? You have this kind of drooping in, right? You want to make sure that everything is lining up. And this is where the history recall tool is nice, because here, let's go back one, hold down Control, mark your orange key, come back up, and now I can come in here and I can really make sure that these edges, how many, what's going on with this geometry? Nothing. Interesting. So you want to make sure that those are in good place. Why is that acting so funky? Your geometry doesn't look that mang. Is there something under there? Nope. I don't know why that's doing that. That's odd. But you can see by grabbing the edge and kind of stroking through it, grabbing this edge and stroking through it. If you grab your history brush at this point, you have to turn symmetry off and do both edges. But you can come back in here, knock that back down, go ahead and smooth those out. But now you have right, you have this edge making sense, right? Because before they were kind of pointing in different directions. So what did we just do? No clue. No, wrong brush. That is bizarre. Something is really weird with the normals. Did you pinch the living hijibis out of this? It doesn't show that it's pinching. See how that's dragging like that? That should not do that. I think it's retaining some sort of pinch memory or something. Let's go back to here. That's odd. You know what we're going to do? We are going to ZRemesh this. So when my geometry starts acting weird, that's when I tend to ZRemesh. People ask, oh, when do you ZRemesh? Things like that make me nuts. And this might be finished, and so I don't know what has happened to that geometry, why it's so odd, but it's behaving poorly. So we are going to, now, first thing you need to do before you do this is duplicate, just in case it gets weird. But once again, the beauty is that we have our history tool. So as you can see, our history tool is before we do this, so I'm not too stressed out about it. My mom texting me random things. All right, so let's see what we have. Hello, hello. All right, so that's a little odd. So from here, ZRemesh again, and it cleans it up some. Close enough to spit on. Let's divide this up. And then let's lower the res 1 and project history. And now that will bring us back to our model. Because if it's doing that, I just don't want to fight with it when I'm trying to show you the edging and stuff. So this is an easier process, I think. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone. There we go. And we will and now you can see because of the projection it has some smoothness. I just tend to go back over this, smooth it out, come back in with your history brush. Remember, with the history brush, it's projecting, it's not morphing. So you get those weird pulls. And the easiest way to do it is get your brush down and just approach these from both sides, because where that was coming from is it was pulling that up. And so this will get us back to where you were real quick. All right. And we're gonna replay with these a little. You can see I did one side and then I came back the other direction and did the other side. Because see these lines? That's from it pulling on that projection. In this way you're projecting actually onto the surface. But I'm not going to be too worried about this because we're going to go over it one more time. All right, so let's duplicate this. Let's go here and let's take this one back to where you were. There we go. Right. And now we can just do a project all here real quick. Let's turn everybody else off. Project all. Yep, the end of a new. Hey, there she is. How we doing, my dear? Yeah, a new decade cometh. Woo. As I said, this is the last Pixologic stream of 2020. Happy New Year's Eve. Ash has joined us, our wonderfully talented co-streamer. So Ash, did you bring anything to upload so we can look at it? Upload a model. Come on, you can do it. I'm projecting at the moment. I don't need symmetry. And this model is not completely symmetrical. See this right here. Is this still? No, this isn't my machine at home. Wait for the program to respond. No, I don't think you need to reinstall. Actually, if you just go up here, go to Preferences, and go Restore Custom UI, that should bring everything back to normal if you do lose something. This is where we want. Yes. Oh, well, crap. I projected the wrong direction. Does not matter. We can do this from soft. So where yours, see these softer intersections. I redid the geometry because it was acting squirrely. We're just, no, go clay tubes, smooth. We can do symmetry for the most part here. Oops. And so now, let us go back one. Now let's see if it moves forward. Oh, it did. Okay, so maybe it was just something. For a while there, if you did it on the last one, the quick saves wouldn't move past the place you saved it unless you went back to saving. All right. Is it a ZTL or a ZPR? Try to upload ZTLs, guys, because ZPRs wipe everything out and a ZTL adds to the scene, and then that way I don't have to get rid of everything else in case we want to go back. Oh, yeah, that would help. All right, so on yours, this was pointing in weird directions, right? These, look, this is going like that, and this is coming up here. So be really careful about intersections like this. I tend to use the undo tool as my main thing. So I can come in here and I can get this going in the right direction. I can come back and get rid of that and make sure this is on the same plane, right? And this allows me to make sure that these are, you know, that's a nice smooth progression. Right? And that way I know that those two planes actually do connect. All right. And then grab your history brush and just bring, nope, you have to turn symmetry off. That is annoying, but I get it. And then you just bring this back in. And there you go. Now you've really fixed that, these going in massively different directions, right? Oop. That's not what we want to do. Undo. Come on. I didn't hit it that many times, did it? What is going on? Why is that? Oh. That's the problem. Right. So just make sure that these are, did it again. Yeah, that's a super good one. So make sure that your planes are matching. We can turn symmetry back on right now because I don't care. Right. And then the only other thing on these, I would say, once again, is by pinching and blending these, you can see that this is not a sharp intersection and these blend together. Just make sure that you come in. I don't know why my geometry is all squirrely on this one. And it just reads so much better if you really do have something going over and under and it's sharp there. So that's over. And then make sure that these, I'm kind of digging into those intersections because I don't want them to be soft. And just turn symmetry off, damn it. It's weird. I don't know why this is acting like there's so little geometry here. Don't have answers. So just make sure that when you're going over and under on these things, one, that the things point the same, right? And then two, that you're getting a clean over and under that is sharp at the intersections. Now I use SK Twist for this. Right? And that gives me that crisp crossover. Right, so they don't get bleedy. Right? come in, and you can see how that sharpens that up dramatically, and it'll read a lot better. So just make sure that you're not getting this kind of soft crossover. When you're doing a crossover, make sure it's sharp, crisp, and the intersections are clean, right? And then you can also use slide if you want to just poke it under, right? Like if you want to clean up corners, slide's good. Right. Does that make sense? And you can see how that is, see, actually that'd drive me nuts. Those aren't quite. See how that wasn't, they weren't quite on the same angle. Yeah. Right. So that would be my first thing, I think. I mean, it looks great. I'm just, trying to get you a little bit more. Now, this is good here because like the chest feathers on an owl are more like fluff than like wing feathers. So having the discordance here is actually rather nice. But the discordance on these feathers doesn't help you any. So what you've done, and this is what I mean also by don't draw in detail. You just kind of came in and you drew around each one of these. But feathers have directionality of lay. Oh, really? That's fascinating. Let's hopefully that loaded. Okay, so directionality is a big deal with feathers. So you have to decide which way your feathers are laying. If I am not mistaken, this is the appropriate angle for your flight feathers. They go towards the back of the wing. So what we have here is these are not lying under one another. So you really want, pick a direction and make sure things are laying behind one another because the feathers don't sit side by side. Right? Right, you see how you change direction here? And normally I'll just come back in with clay fill whenever I do something like that because it allows me to retain that top edge and still, right? So now those feathers have directionality, which is a big deal. Next thing is make sure you're consistent, right? Because see here you get this weird flat feather. And I understand they don't have to all lay the same, but they do need to feel like they are on the same thing, and make sure these are actually going up and under. Because right now you kind of have them coming up at the intersection, and they're not going to do that. Right, and the same here. We lose some of the directionality in that. Right, and so now there's sort of, what is it processing? Right. Clay fill, shrimp, 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 shrimp. All right, there we go. And psychologically and subconsciously, that's going to read better. Now, these are looking good. They're interesting and fun. I think that once again, I'd like to see a little bit more tiling on them, so they're not all like this high, this low, this high. So you sort of have it going here. It can be a simple thing of just pushing that down and just tucking it under. And just tuck it under. Your points get soft and kind of fall into the part. I'd like to see just a little bit more separation on those points. Up, under, and then just tuck it a touch. So Ash, you doing anything exciting for New Year's? Is anyone doing anything exciting for New Year's? I'm not. Right, because then once again, what you have is a wing, not just a bunch of feathers, because wings are very specific about how they fold under one another and how it retains. So just a little bit more of that over and under stuff would be nice. Yeah, this looks good, but once again, I want you to make sure that feather is actually coming over that tail wing, right? I don't mind the weaving, it's just make sure you're getting a clear over and under. Hell yeah. One sec. Chianti. But I like the discordance on the belly. I see you got lazy on the backside. Don't just draw lines. Even if you're going to get lazy, make them layers. Layers read better than lines. Always. See, like once again here. As long as you're casting, that's the good part. See, if you just use SK Twist instead of your damn standard tool or whatever tool you're using there, you can get layers and not lines, right? And that from a big distance is going to read better. That looks a little bit more like an insect belly, but I don't think there are any real issues with the knife or the sword. I mean, casting wise, you'd probably want to, you got some undercuts in there that you might want to deal with. But all in all, yeah, make sure, oops. Like, see how that's gone back and become something bizarro in there? I don't know what's going on in there. But just, I would say take fill and just fill it in. Oh, this is real low geo, isn't it? Yeah. Close enough spit on. And you know, as far as the face goes, I like the face. But I'd say once again here, because of how you're trying to figure out what you're doing, I think you're just pinching those edges up and in. And it's leaving you with some soft intersections. I would just say come back with your SK Twist. Why is that behaving like that? Oh, Sculptris was still on. And you know, make sure there's that over and under again, not just drawn on. And I would say, now you definitely just got lazy up here, or this is just an alpha because you did the #1 cardinal rule for Celtic knotting that makes it suck, and that is you drew lines here and here. make sure whenever you're doing your Celtic knotting that they have a real over and under, right? Because this in metal really just looks like poo. It never, right? So you had it, I mean, you hand drew this one, but then you used an alpha on this one, I'll bet. That'd be my guess. So be careful how you're pinching to get your edges sharp. I'm assuming that's what you're doing. It's so much nicer to actually get these up off the surface. And just make sure that everything's sort of pointing in the same direction, right? Wrong direction. Because see, that's not, this kind of comes down on this one. So I had to bring that up, but make sure everybody's right. You want to make sure those are the same part. And then this is just an alpha. So fix that. Yeah. You tried to do it here and you were a little bit more successful, but this right here is the #1 issue with people doing Celtic knot or weaving or anything, because graphics put a line right here. Everyone, you just roll with that, but you can see that, that's the one going under here is actually higher than the one going over. So take your time and actually fulfill that over and under, because your brain wants to see it, right? Even if it's just something as simple as that, right? Because your subconscious picks up that's not actually going under that, and it's annoying. So take the time to actually make things go over and under. Hello, how are we doing? That's the one problem with alphas and knotwork or weaving or any of that stuff, is if you don't actually go back and make it work, it will always look like crap, because dimensionality and illustration are not the same thing. Once again here, see that big gaping hole right there? Right? This. You really want it. Okay, symmetry is turned off. Good. Come back in. And you can see I'm not putting a lot of energy or work into this, but see how this is an object that has something going over and under, and this is a graphic that is not going over and under. And it makes a big deal, especially if you're going to metal. The second you do that, your brain will tell, because once again, back to reflective surfaces, if this actually is a plane that's going over and under, right? This is going to reflect as a plane. This is going to reflect as a plane. And so when you start to move the part, those planes associate with each other. When they're not, you know, like I said, on this one, the one that was going under was higher than the one that was going over. And that's not how you want to do it. Let's do this real quick. And now, if you do planar flat line, right, you can get that plane to actually be a plane. Right, because let's go to something reflective here. You see that's going to reflect as a plane. And now, come back, do our history. Let's just give this. Let's get these little edges pointed a little closer to one another. SK trim. And twist. Fill. Trim polish. And now when you go back to see, that's reflecting as a surface, that's moving as a surface, and you get motion. Now, I think that dips, yeah. See, you really want that to be a nice plane as opposed to that squirrely dedoogly thing that I did. Right. See how that's sort of flat. Move. Get a big brush and then just pull it up a touch. And that gives you a nice transition there that actually climbs up and over. And then just smooth your little thingy out. Right? And you can see how that reads like an over and under pretty well. Cool, cool. Well, I work on casting and ZBrush stuff every day. What do you want to know? What would you like to know? Right, just make sure that you're going over, under, over, and make it where things are actually traveling over and under, and you're going to wind up with much more successful cast parts. Because once you polish it and stuff, that makes a huge difference. But other than that, I think this is pretty darn good. Just once again, you know, if you have things that are under things, make sure that they are under. Make sure that they are going in a direction. Right? Because if you just draw it in, there are V's at the intersection instead of planes. And planes read much better than those soft V's that you have going on there. Does that make sense? All in all, that looks great. Looking good. Okay. Next we have Paulo's dice. Good morning, Rothion. Happy New Year's Eve. Well, it's New Year's Eve for me for a few more hours. This is officially the last Pixologic stream of the decade. Woohoo! Closing out the decade with a bottle of Chianti and ZBrush. So anybody who wants to upload files to look at, I believe that is the link. Please upload a file and we will go over it and look at it. Paulo has some dice. He saved them as a million tools. All right, so I think one of the issues you're going to run into, my friend, is size. You got to think, what is a die? 20 mil? Something like that? 18 mil? Yeah, no. When you say casting tools, do you mean did you got like a centrifugal or an investment casting machine? Is that what you mean? All right. So when you're dealing with things that are this small, you know, you got to figure this is only a few millimeters. You need to be really clear and really, I guess, overly dramatic for the scale. So, you know, if you want this to read, once again, see, you just sort of drew these flats in. You actually make this shrink, or, you know, this gets smaller. Make sure that when you're doing it, these are decimated, aren't they? Yeah. Make sure when you do this, you're getting very clear over and unders, especially when things are this small. This layering is super important, right? So there, I know the sculpting's lumpy because this is a decimated model, so we don't have the geometry. I think this is going to be a hard sell. I think everything else would read okay. I think what you're going to find is like this. The other thing here, let me see if I'm right. I think that stippling drops below the surface. Oh no, maybe I'm wrong on that one. Interesting. Make sure if you have a flat background that your detail does not go behind the flat background. It was an optical illusion, but you can see it does get pretty darn close there. So I would say for this to be successful, or clear, I guess is a better, I mean, what is success, right? One sec, let's. Our brain looks for those little cues, and this is in the same concept as the over and under thing. Is get this to be a little higher. And what you'll see is that this will, woo, wrong scale, Kimasabi. when you're using trim front, you have to make sure that you are actually facing front. But what you'll see is like that 4 will look like it is above this plane, and that's important because the other one was so close it dipped down, so you want to keep the entire level up above that front surface. Let's see, do you have a bunch of different versions? That's just the die. These are just the numbers. Okay, what do we have here? And I don't know what this is, but here's another example of, you sort of drew this in. This is where, and especially when things get tiny, this becomes real important, is make sure they're layers. They're not just drawn on, because with those layers, you're not going to be able to delineate between this surface, these lines, it just gets mushy. It's funny, less linear detail and more layer detail, the layer detail reads better. It's crazy. When I did the Mayan test ring for the Form Labs, I did some really tiny stuff around the backside, and it read better than some of the front stuff because it was these beautiful, nice, simple steps, and it's crazy. It works. It's I don't know. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, sent to file. Oh yeah. Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about. No, you'll have fun. It's fun. When you start making your own stuff and you do it a little step by step, it's great. Oiled's not here yet, I don't think, but he makes these like little sand casts and stuff. It's pretty rad. When you can start making and actually winding up with something in your hand, it's pretty awesome. All right, so, oh, sorry, I did that while it was saving. Here's the save. Oh, trust me, they work great. We've all used that set. So, yeah, let's go back to here. So I think that this is probably too complex. And unless you're going to break all of them up, I would stick with, because you're using this Gothic text, right? You're breaking the lines of that Gothic text up. And unless you're doing it with all of them, I wouldn't do it with just one of them. So just consistency-wise, I wouldn't do this unless I was doing it for everyone. And I understand each one's a different style. But if you notice, each one does stick to the form pretty well, except for this one. And you can lose your shape some. On a die, it's obvious it's a 1. But just design-wise and style-wise. Let's see. These are going to read better. These are too short. And once again, you're running into the issue. See, on this size, that might not kill you, but make sure it's over and under, right? So there's no reason in the world. Let's actually do this with this, with that, alpha, square. No. You can submit anything you want. We can talk about it. I'm a classically trained artist. I understand illustration and all of that as well. So we can critique anything you want. Just that simple. Actually getting things over and under is a little bubbly, but that's going to read a lot better if you push this, because you got to remember this is going to be tumbled probably. Wow, that's horrible there. I keep looking up and there are these huge thumbprints on the screen. I'm like, no, all in all, I think it looks good though. You know, here again, I don't know if this is just optic illusion. Is this just me tonight? Yep, it is. I would swear these surfaces are below that black back surface. Interesting. See, this looks like it's going behind that surface. Yeah. I mean, you're heading down the right direction, definitely. And these are fun, you know. It just comes down to the one I think is over the top compared to the rest. Bring the texture of the four a little bit closer to the front. I would still say bring these up a little more. They're just so close to that backside that they look like they're breaking that back plane. And that's one of my big pet peeves. So I'm going to fill you with my pet peevery. You know, where these are clearly above this, so as it rolls, see, even there, it looks like that's going behind that back surface. Just pull that crap up a little. I think you're going to be safer. Oh, actually, hand pouring metal is awesome. It's a lot of fun. I love water billeting when you pour it into the water just to get a billet of metal. It's cool. All right. So yeah, I think I would bring these surfaces up only because they look like they're crossing. They're just so close to the back panel, even like from there. Optically, that's telling me that's below that, and that drives me nuts. That it's not. It's an optical illusion, but I would say I'd pull those up because that gives the whole number separation from the back. And I think especially for dice, that's probably important. All in all, it looks good though. Yeah, no, it's nice. They're fun. All right, so we need to go. Refresh. Oh, look, we got some more. Boop, boop, boop. Why isn't it giving me indication that it's downloading? See, there's nothing actively downloading. Download. Download. What's it say? Waiting for Dropbox. I'm assuming these are downloading. We will see in a second. You're such a pain in the butt. What are you doing? You're killing me. Why are you acting this way? Bum, bum. Go to here. Go to download. See, it's not showing that anything's downloading. It just... Am I doing something really stupid and just not paying attention to it? Wouldn't make... Mm-hmm. Why is everything a pain in the butt? Okay. I do not know why this is being a pain in the butt all of a sudden. Let us try this again. We're going to go here. We are going to download. Is it downloading? Oh, you're making me crazy. Fine. Let's see if I can email it to myself. Is that going to download? Okay, there we go. Fine, I'll just email it to myself from now on. What the hell? All right, sorry. Did you ever make a thread in ZBrush, or would you drill it? Oh, yeah. No, I would not if you're... No. Not if... I mean, like... For screwing around and like every once in a while you put a key that'll thread. I mean, it's cute, but for anything real, no. You want, because first of all, you don't want to thread anything that's been cast really, because it's just, your threads will get soft, they'll bind up, it's nasty. You want steel threads for the most part, unless you never want them to come apart, right? Like you can make something that's threaded in silver, get it down, crank it, and it's never coming apart, you know. So I think it's a cute printing trick, but no, that's, you know, they're die and tap keys that are, they actually make things right. No. The lump on the other side is because you don't have your back face masking turned on. One sec, I'll show you that. One sec. Let me get these other things downloading real quick since for some reason I can't seem to get things to download, so we will just share them to myself. Let's go here. I love every week it's something. Last week, none of my USB ports worked. Well, look, today they all work. So. Okay. I think this is the watch Tomas prove that he knows nothing about computers thread. All right. Download. No. No. Download. Okay. Because in my drop, see, I'd love this to be a folder that's on my, like with Dropbox, you can share the folders, but like you come in here and then you go selectively share. Where's settings? Preferences. Sync. Selective sync. See, nowhere on here is file request, is it? Oh, there it is. And that's syncing? Wait a minute. Dropbox. Really, if I've been syncing this the whole time and just didn't know it? What? Look at that. They're already here. Yeah, it's going to be that way. It's been that kind of decade. Okay. No, that's just not true. Oh, that's the wrong folder, that's why. These are not downloaded yet. Okay. But they're syncing, so that okay, here we go. No, you. I know, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear anything about Tomas doesn't know how to use his computer. It's not an email. It is this link. There you go. Now, hold on. Let's get back to ZBrush. Cancel that. Whoa, what happened? Oh. Hold on. Are you not connected? Why are you behaving? Why is everything pain in the butt? Okay, now you're making me nuts. Display toggle. Oh, sure. Now it works. Am I live? Can you see me? For some reason, I have a blank screen over here because I went to Grasshopper. Am I connected? Okay, never mind. That was me. It's all me. Okay, cool. Goodness gracious. Okay. So, first of all, I have some weird things going on here. What's going on? Let me do a little housekeeping here. Holy Hannah, my friend, you have a lot of tools. This is where keeping these all in one tool and making folders is really nice, because then you can save a Z tool and have all your crap in it, as opposed to generating all of these different tools. Because I can't keep track of crap with everything every place. Okay, so that is the owl. Did we lose the fish? We just had the fish. Where'd the fish go? Okay, first of all, I need a new document because I cannot stand red wax. Oh my God, how did you change my startup material? Mod Dirty Blue 1, there we go. Okay. We have you, all right, here we go. Everybody down now, there's that. And now we need to load tool. Go to our Dropbox. Goodness gracious. Chaos. File request. Pixologic. Let's. Did I lose the fish? Alright, downloads. Good God. It's gonna be like that all night, isn't it? A ZBR. You saved your fish as a brush? Noisemaker seamless. No. So to get like a true seamless pattern on a sphere, you're going to have to do it with, you have to get your UVs right. It's not just noisemaker on a sphere, ta-da. You have to pull your UVs and then apply your sphere. Now, what you can do, which is pretty awesome, and you're going to have to bear, what's going on? Do we have another thing to open? Oh, yeah. So, fish, who saved the fish? 1 second. One thing at a time. Joe Connolly, you saved your fish as a ZBR, which is, I think it's a brush. So you need to save it as a ZTL, which is go right here and just say save as, and then re-upload it, because it's a brush, it's not a file. I don't know how we came up with the file just a little bit ago, but you want this to be a ZTL. Now we had, update this. Okay, so that is showing up. All right, so once again, save these things as ZTLs, because if you are saving them as ZPRs or Z projects, I'm getting your interface, I'm getting all your stuff, it runs my colors and it pisses me off, and I can't load more than one at a time. So, I mean, this is fine, we'll do it, but in the future, please upload ZTLs, STLs, or OBJs. All right, let's get to the dress real quick. Sorry. Control and whoop, here's our dress. Edit. All right, what's the trick on Noisemaker? Waylon, do me a favor. Ask me this as soon as we're done with, like when we have a lag, and I will go over what is a way you can feasibly do it. It's not easy. I mean, if you unwrap your UVs and make sure that your seams line up, and then it's Noisemaker isn't really just a quick one button solution. You're going to have a seam. Yeah, of course. No, works in progress. That's all about it. All right. Yeah, it looks great. You know, I want to see, there's got to be, you know, obviously, you know, this has got to turn into a seam or something. So have it, you know, have it terminating in a logical seam place. Right. And I would probably, you know, it depends on if you're going to have these be different fabrics or whatever, but, you know, make that fall in with your underarm seam, so there's at least rhyme or reason why that's there. And, you know, depending on your pattern making, you know, you might have something here, so it's a panel that sits there or something like that. But make sure it terminates logically as the pattern would. Once you get this made where you're using mirroring, I would then come in and obviously break up your symmetry, because, you know, fabric doesn't fall symmetrically. So I would play with that a little. Was this just, did you have a base form and then projected? This isn't from Marvelous Design or anything, right? This is like off of a flat and then you've sculpted it. Would be my guess. No, I mean, right now it looks good. You know, like I said, I think you need to, once you get your symmetry sorted out, come back in. And you said works in progress, so, you know, I'm not going to hammer you on tension in fabric, right? Like, these have weight to them. So you want to make sure that that's too much, but you want to make sure that these they're usually tighter and flatter at the top, and then it breaks, because unless it's pleated, you know, these folds are coming where there's too much fabric, right? You know, it's cut wide, so it's falling in. So you have, you know, the high point and the low point that's sitting against. So basically what's happening, your fabric's breaking about here, right? It's coming and then folding. So just think of these as, you know, they have breaking points. And when I say fabric, I mean, you know, depending on the stiffness of the fabric, it'll hold that curve. You know, a 1/4 inch wool poodle skirt will hold that curve, that fold from top to bottom, because it has enough structure, you know, for that curve not to break. But if it's silk taffeta, it's going to break up here. It's going to go flat. So make sure that your curves have like nice weight to them, depending on what kind of fabric it is. You know, if it's super, super light, you're very likely to get a little bit more, you know, play like this as it goes. I'm obviously being melodramatic, right? But like I said, if it's a 1/4 inch wool poodle skirt, that thing's going to be architectural. It's going to be a nice, smooth, perfectly round corner. Right. You know, depending on the fabric, where is the dent there? You know, these, so basically you got to remember, so folds kind of work in waves, and even as you're doing things that come up, it's purely architecture. It's where is, right, where's this coming up and fitting? So does that mean that this is denting in? You get your break point, right? So if it's stiff enough to hold that, does it hold that? So is that another breaking point in your curve? What's your fabric and how does it break? And the easiest way to do it is get something that's similar to that. Just set it over your chair, right? Because denim breaks differently than silk taffeta, compared to silk chiffon, compared to wool, and so how how those curves hold up really defines what the fabric is. And so I'd say the easiest way to get this stuff right is to just get some fabric and drape it and look at what it does, because they're all completely different. But I mean, as a foundation, this looks fine. It looks good. Oh, it's my clay tubes is what I use 99% of the time. I mean, I use, actually I use quite a few brushes. No, we are not creating an insert mesh brush. I use quite a few brushes for effects, but 90% of what I do is in clay tubes. Yeah. Okay. I don't know, unless you had specific questions. I think that you're, like I said, at this point of symmetry, you're fine. But the problem is, like back here, this is where your symmetry breaks down, because once again, it has to do with how this stuff breaks, right? You have a thing here, it comes and makes a curve, because this is the supported curve, right? Now that's coming down. And normally these things go back and forth, right? So it's tight here, big over here, right? Because it's how is the fabric breaking down. And that, once again, it completely depends on what kind of fabric you're envisioning. But for a foundation, this is great. It's a nice line. It's a cool cut. I think most people, excuse me, I think just stylistically, this line might want to be higher, because you got to figure that your bust line is here, right? Oops. Your bust line is here. So in tailoring, you got to figure out how you're getting this thing to fit, right? So what you usually have, this doesn't have a very detailed bust, so this can be a flat panel. Most of the time what you have is, a seam here. You have darts here, so this comes in. How are you retaining the shape you're looking for? And since this isn't super shapely, this is leading me to believe that it's like a heavier fabric, because you're not getting any shape of the breast. You're not getting, but a lot of times anything like this is going to come up here to accent the bust line. Normally any kind of insert like this would be to suck the waist in. And right now this line is low enough that that upper, unless you're an athlete, that upper belly fat is going to roll right over this if this is actually an actual garment. So think about why are you putting this here? What is it supposed to be doing? Because it's on top of the zipper. So it seems like it would be something that's sort of corseting. Like this probably has ties, would be my guess. Maybe a belt. But I think that line would more naturally be there if you're looking at garmenting. Because that's that. I mean, that's right above the navel. At least in my patterning experience, that's what I would think about. Think about what this is doing, this part right here, and why it's there. But the model itself's looking good. Right on. I would say this probably is not from Marvelous, would be my guess. It looks like it's more like an extraction off of a base figure, would be my guess. Like masking a model and then just extracting it would probably be my guess. But I could be wrong. but it doesn't look like a marvelous model. What's our geo look like? No, I don't think it is. If it is, that's a weird marvelous model. But it is broken up in part. You know, it might be one that might have been Z-remeshed, maybe. Because normally marvelous models are symmetrical at this point, you know. And this zipper is not actually part of the model, right? They don't look like marvelous curves. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, for sure. It's the head, the beer belly. You're right. Yes, click the link. Oh, I see. Someone asked. All right, so let us go back here. Let us refresh this. Oh, we need to look at female head. Sorry. All right. Well, I would say that your pupils are probably too small and the eyes are a little... So what you've done is you've made the literal eyeball too small, I'm thinking. And then the pupils are in the wrong place, so it makes it look a little cross-eyed. Here, let's do this. Yeah, I think the eyes are just a little too close together. Well, maybe not. Maybe they're just a wee bit small. But, so basically you made your eyeball. Where I think you got confused is that where these intersections happen is it actually going under where you have it cutting off on that edge, right? And I think your pupils might be a wee bit small. And that is what's making it look cross-eyed. Let's see. Yeah. Yep, I think that's the issue. So, here, let's hop back into ZBrush. Hold on. Right. So the eyeballs are too close together here. Let's come here. Let's go to tools. One of these guys have eyeballs. Who has separate eyeballs? Just here. Let's do male average guy. Shloop. Right. So as you can see, like the center of the eyeball comes down to the edge of the crease of the mouth. And I think the distance of your eyes from here to here are a little too big, right? And see, your eyeball is, all right, let's go to you. Let's turn transparency on and let's go to eyeball. Okay. And then let's turn this guy on. So as you can see, the eyeball is much bigger than what you're actually seeing. And what I believe, in my estimation of what you've done is this. There we go. Shoot. You tried to make the whole eyeball fit in that area between the, oh goodness, I can't remember what the hell it's called. The little flesh dingalingy right there. You know, the intersection of the eyeballs has the flesh that's actually wrapping around that part right there. I can't, my anatomy's gone. So I think that this is where your issue is, and that is, see, you tried to make the eyeball fit within this socket, right, as opposed to actually filling the eye socket, and in turn you wound up with the weird little buggy eye and the pupil being too small. And they're just cross-eyed. You see what I mean? See how the bottom, your eyeball is actually round right there instead of it being flat and presentational, right? I mean, you can see that the eyeball is going around much more. So I think that is the main problem with that, where your eyeball is too small for the socket, and then I don't know if it's your brow or the eyeballs themselves, but they're a little cross-eyed as well. Does that make sense? Hello, Shingo. Indubitably, I believe that's it. Because, you know, your profile's nice. I mean, you're right there. It looks good. The issue is the eyes. You're a little lumpy there, but that's nothing to write home about. You kind of missing this muscle, so there's a little less return here on the chin, but I don't think that's an issue. This goes into a socket, so this is looking a little hollow right here because you're forgetting this cheek muscle. Right, it's not just, this isn't just one line from here to here. There's a set of muscles right here that are coming back this way. And that is that cheek muscle. But yeah, I really think that this is the issue, that that your eyeball's too small and that they're cross-eyed. See, this one looks like it's pointing down more. And that might be, I just can't tell if that's an affect of the brow. Hard to tell. But your eyes are your problem, and I think your eyeballs are too small. That's my guess without seeing the model. Yeah, and just that right there. That's, see, you have it sort of implied here, but that's, like, this bone doesn't have this dent here. This is too much of a dent right there. Well, you know, not necessarily. I mean, there are people with widespread eyes. I think that the issue is that the eyeballs are too small, and it leads it. The eyeballs being that tiny is making the rest of the face look, because I mean, if you look, weird old eyeball. Come on, let's. Because I mean, if we look here, you know, the space between here and here, you really should be lining up with the edge of your nose, right? And let's get back to this, edge of the nose. I mean, they might be a touch wide, but I mean, I think the real issue is the eyeballs are small. Well, I mean, what's funny is that your, like, the eyelid and the bottom, you know, your eye shape isn't necessarily small. I mean, you know, it's Asiatic, so, you know, it's an Asian effect, you know, so, you know, you can actually have a small eye opening. You know, what's actually exposed of the opening of the eye can be smaller that way. But I think it's the eyeballs that are throwing it off. And the pupils are too small. Because if we go back to here, you know, I mean, just me sketching, I mean, look at how big my pupil is. You know, because what you have is an eyeball that, you know, right, if that's your eye shape, right? But your pupil is completely, you can see your whole pupil, right? And that's just too small for that face, right? Because only people who are like, do you see their entire pupil all the time? Or if, I mean, there are people with big eyes, but, you know, under normal circumstances, you're going to see right when you're drawing eyes, normally you're drawing something like that, and then you can see the entire pupil maybe, but very rarely do you see the entirety of right, because even here, you know, the eyeball is actually, you know, it's filling that eye socket, and you have the eyeball ending at those points right there. So, you know, you still have a substantial difference in the ball size as well as the visualization of your sculia. What's the color called? Boy, I'm having no luck with my anatomy terminology tonight. And normally it's center of your eyes, your nose, right? Your mouth comes to the edge of your eyeball. Yes, I would say that is the issue, right? Is that woman? She has a weird fish face. She's like, but you can see even here, you know, if you were doing these eyes, you know, you're not going to put the eye like that. I mean, the eye is going to be much more like that, right? Lead all. Let's see what that last one is. Super average man. Doesn't have any eyeballs. Demo soldier. Had those goggles. Boop. He's very stylized. Come on, give me my demo head. Right. But here, once again, you can see, you know, your pupil is there. It's not ending. And the eyeball goes well beyond the edge of this, right? Because you're getting the curve. And what's funny is the eyeball isn't even round. It has a point to it. So you're getting even, honestly, even less round. So that's my final judgment. Eyeballs are too small. I think if you made the eyeballs bigger, it would solve 80%, 85% of your problems. Weirder is better. Oh, I don't care. That's fine. I just hassle red wax line. Okay, so let us go here. Okay, two more of you did not listen to what I said. Please upload ZTLs, not ZPRs. Because now all of my preferences are being shuffled to yours, and chances are I don't like your preferences. Alrighty. Pudge. Okay. What are you doing? What materials are you using? See, this is what I'm talking about. Alrighty here. Oh, he's looking good. Yeah, hopefully within the next few months I'll have the base course up and running. I just have a bunch of videos to make, and I agreed to design a line of jewelry that was supposed to be up and in stores last month, and we did a complete course change on it, and it's taking a lot longer than I needed it to take. So the videos haven't been coming as quick as I would have hoped they would be, but within the next week or so, I'm going to sit down and just really try to get them up and going. So hopefully the courses will be done soon. I don't know. because of the delay, I might run another live class beforehand early in the year, so I'll keep everyone informed as to what exactly is going on. You upload by going to this link. There we go. Okay, so first thing I'd say, hey, looking good. I think that my assumption is that you're drawing this on and pinching these seams together. Am I right? Because like what you've done is, you know, your anatomy was here, but because of how this seam is pinched together, it brings that seam up to a point. And in some ways that's good. In other ways, I don't think it's doing you any favors, because here, let's do this to this side, right? I am, and I could be wrong, this is what I'm guessing you're doing, right? It looks like, because you probably use symmetry, so, you know, you have this nice shoulder form. And this got weird because now it's all panning up and around. So what I am guessing you did was you did something like this. Let's turn symmetry off. Let's turn everybody else off. You did, yeah. That, and then you got pinch, and you did this. And that's kind of what it's looking like. Even more extreme though, because these, right, because you got to figure that this is actually two pieces of meat being stapled together. It's not like you know, it's, see how you're getting like that edge pyramid, where if you, here, we'll even just do it this easily. And here, let us do this. And I'm just going to take this and twist it one way. And I mean, I just twisted the surface a touch. And if you come in and do your pen, I mean, that's a good technique, but I think you need to keep it smaller and more localized. So you're getting something that is more of a plane of the surface as opposed to your, I just think you might have pinched just too big. Hold on, let's, right, because it sort of looks like you did that, right? So I think your pinch was too big. So if you use your same technique, right? Even if you, whoa, get back out of there. Even if you do use the same technique, and I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. This is what I'm guessing you're doing. I mean, just from the brush, and you know, I'm just guessing from what I'm seeing here. You sort of did this. And then even if you keep your pinch smaller and just work your way to it as opposed to trying to get it in one swoop, you can see I'm doing it a lot of quick little strokes. And then maybe come by with SK trim might still be the best option. No. Is it flatten's going to do us better? And then I'm just using flatten here and knock down the edges so they're at least trying to be the same plane, right? Because if you look at the silhouette there compared to the silhouette here, right, I think you just got overexcited with your pinch. And once again, I'm guessing as to your technique, but I'm assuming this is what you did. Pinch, and if you're not doing it just in one big swoop, but lots of little ones, you can get that together. Here, and let's look at it here. You see how I'm still keeping the shape of the body there as opposed to this, which just looks like you got a big pinch and pinched it up, and see how I'm distorting the shape of my body now. So I would say that's your first issue, is big pinching. Big pinching. Two, I would just say make sure that if you have things going, make sure they finish out. And once again, you can pinch that together. Yeah, all right, let's turn some of these other guys on. Boop. If you're going to print or something, your teeth are going to be too thin there. But for, you know, a rendering or something, that's fine. Another seller on this stuff is you have these shapes and you've just drawn, you know, you've taken the clay, your shape, and you've done this, right? Make sure to come back in and either with just a cutback tool, once again, I would use twist, but make sure to come back in. Oop, wrong direction. And have these actually interact with the layer, right? You know, these are actually tugging here, so you want, you know, you want that to actually go into this body as opposed to it just being soft. Right. Give it here and here. Even if you're just taking your damn standard or whatever and cut that back and in so the two layers are actually interacting with one another, right? And honestly, I'm anal enough that I would actually come in and do this with the staples as well, because these are not flat objects, they are going into the surface, right? So making sure that they are breaking the surface, you know, because just from there, look at those staples compared to those staples, right? So make sure the two meshes interact with one another, I guess. I assume that that's still a work in progress. Once again, here where the pant meets the body, I would make sure that if this is, you know, his body is over, you know, rolling over, make sure that it does. And then if it comes back in and you you have a point where it's not rolling over, you know, have your, like a belt line or something where you see it being rolled over and under, make the two layers interact with each other interestingly. How do you get that interactive silhouette in the corner of your screen? This one, it is under preferences and it is called thumbnail. And you turn it on and off there. My reference is this. Yeah. Yeah. Once again, I mean, you know, that's a game asset. It's low. What's really funny is I have one of these hooks in my bedroom, a big old foam pudge hook. Yeah. No, I mean, you're getting there as far as it goes. I just think that, you know, make sure that, you know, where things are ending, make sure that things are interacting. You know, once again, the difference between that and then just having it clay or, you know, just a lump over. I would say the same thing for especially these. I mean, this has tension in it, right? So you got to think that this is pulling. So you're getting that initial tug, and then usually you get like a little double fold where that, you know, I mean, that's a lot of tension if you're stretching that far. So make sure that you kind of show the tension. Yeah. You know, work on your fabric some. These are pretty good, but just think about what's happening there, because I understand that might be a seam of some sort, but that breaking this line of tension is a little odd. It's a little odd. Once again, just get a piece of fabric, pinch it, and look at it and see how it pinches, because these are a little lumpy and soft. I mean, I assume you haven't worked on the hands and toes too much, so there's no point in that. All right. Well, I think, yeah, damn standard. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't use what I would call a line tool. Damn standard's a line tool. I use cracks. I'd be careful about doing this and then using this to raise the edges, and then you're pinching it together, and you're really getting away from your surfaces, or it's very easy to get away from your surfaces, right? Because you've pinched this edge up and around, and see, that's no longer a shoulder line, that's this weird pinch thing. So I don't know that I'd say less pinch, I would say smaller pinch. Right? If you're trying to get these together, don't get too big, because you're just trying to pull the surface together. You're not trying to get them to pull up and distort. I also tend to do my pinching in a bunch of short strokes, and that prevents one big geo pull up to the edge. It's a little lighter on what it's doing destructively to the mesh, because pinch is a destructive tool. It really can distort your mesh all to hajibas. So it's something I'm a little careful about. Yeah, that's why. I mean, there's no point in me saying, oh, the hands and feet aren't done when the hands and feet are done, you know. All right, lesser pinch then. No problem. Yeah, I think that's going to help a lot. The integration between the pieces. Because you got to remember, at the end of the day, it's not different tools, right? They are laying on one another, interacting with it, especially here where you have pinching, right? You know, these are big hooks. Now, once again, game assets are a little different than what we're doing here. You're not going to, the game asset, it's all painting. It's not dimensional. So before I'd ever paint anything, I'd get my model clean. Because, you know, like, look, you have these things that are puncturing these two surfaces. Those are big punctures, right? You know, I would tend to give a pinch on the side that it's pinching together. You know, then you have pulling, right? More meat here, less meat on the backside. It doesn't have to be super dramatic, but oops. But if those things are going into surfaces, I want to see it, you know, because just that little bit is definitely implying that something's going on right there. You know, it's not just a ring sitting on that surface, I guess. You know, the difference between that pulling and that just being something with a ring in it. Yeah, so think about how the one is actually interacting with the next subtool. I started ZBrush not too long ago. No, give me anything. Yeah, no. The whole point of this is I don't care if it's the first model you ever made. We can talk about it. I don't care if you've been doing this for 30 years. I mean, we can talk about any model. Even if it's like, oh, this is perfect. We can go through and explain why. So don't, you know, this isn't really critique in the classic sense. This is really, let's get your models out. And everyone learns from how, well, I would hope that everyone learns from how we're discussing any model. And so even if it's a very simple, basic one, you know, it might be, hey, your eyeballs are too small or something like that. So yeah, don't hesitate. It's not a, oh, you must be this good to do it or whatever. Hangnail. Yeah, don't paint your details on. Sculpt them in, and then that only accentuates your paint. Even if you're doing simple models, I think that you're going to wind up with a better model if you're sculpting your detail. He's looking good, though. Any other questions? No, you're doing great. Like I said, when you're doing fabric, though, I would strongly suggest, because I was a tailor, so I actually did a bunch of draping. I would really suggest just getting, you know, I mean, even, you know, get like your speaker, right? Wrap it with a t-shirt and then get some fabric and just pin it and see how it drapes. Just start to understand how fabric breaks, and it's super helpful. Super helpful. Hey, it looks great. Yes, you were definitely cheating when you painted it. Without a question, you were cheating. But you see what I mean here? I don't know if those pants are behind this or what. Or what. That looks like Pudge. I wouldn't know. Okay. We did the drawings, we did eyeballs. So, oh, let's get, this is the last ZPR, okay. Jacob! I like to have all of them in one subtool. See what I mean? You send me your preferences, it makes me nuts. Okay, first thing, let's turn all this stuff off because I don't care about your painting. Okay. Oop. Oh my God. What kind of little thing are you working on? Okay, let's see what we got here. I'm good, glad. All right. Well, with it being alien anatomy, you know, there's always so much. But I would say that, you know, from the front, there is the implication that this is a jawbone. From the side, it looks like a ridge. So I would say be careful about cutting this in too much, just so it still looks like a bone, you know, like it looks like one plane that then has your things coming up and over it, if that makes any sense. Yeah. I think that if these are supposed to be different layers, separating them really quickly. Once again, I use twist a lot, but as you can see, come on, just that little bit of separation. We have two things going on here. Okay, I think that's, yeah. So by just taking twists, coming in and just riding that edge just a touch, you separate those surfaces just a little. And I think that it sells better. Right? If you just look at that to that, you're getting that slight roll on that outside edge, and it gives you separation of separation of surfaces. I think figure out your jawline. I would say that your eyeballs are too small for these sockets, because you got to remember that this soft tissue is what's holding on to the eyeball, right? So that might be your pupil side. Here, I'm just going to deal with one side. See, the implication might be that your pupil is that size. But this stuff is holding on, you know, that meat's there to hold that eyeball into that socket. That's the muscles around the eye. So sort of in the same way earlier, you're defining the eyeball by the intersection of the eye, oh my God, really, my anatomy is gone. I can't think of a damn. Okay, I'm not even going to try. Enough. Ryan, you can yell at me. Done, I don't know. But do you see what I mean? I think that this got real shy. I'm not fitting that in perfectly right, but this stuff, you wouldn't have this there if it wasn't holding, like this is soft tissue. So have the eyeball in the socket as opposed, because I think what you're viewing is the eyeball as the, what the hell's going on? Why is that lagging like that? What in the hell is going on over there? 1 second. Bizarro. Why do I have to open this every time? It's really kind of annoying. Somehow I keep opening a bunch of pages over here. I'm going to have to look at Grasshopper and ZBrush. That's something over here. What is that? Cashback awards. What the hell? There's Twitch. Okay, there we go. Jeez Louise. Madness. Everybody calm down. Okay, so I think that in some ways you're why I don't understand why that's lagging like that. You know, I think you're trying to get, that's super weird. I have no idea why that's doing that. You only have 65,000 polys. There's no reason for that to be lagging. What is up? What's up, Buttercup? Wow, that's weird. What? Oh. Okay. For some reason, my eclipse is not locking to the circle. See how that's not tying to the circle? What the hell? Okay, it's going to be one of those nights. We're not even going to go along with it. Fine. Fine. You're going to do what you're going to do. I see how you are. Ah! Okay. You go away, Lazy Nezumi. I don't even know what the hell you're up to. But you see what I mean? I think that no. It did not work right. And I think that you're thinking of this as well, you're in my way. Yeah, no, it's behaving poorly. Oh, for God's sake. Just stop. Go away. I'm not even going to fix you. So I'm thinking you're thinking like the eye, like you're seeing the pupil and the, God, this is going to make me nuts. I am completely forgetting every anatomical term I have. The color of the eye. You have something going on with these meshes. This is weird. There's no reason in the world this should be lagging this way. Is it on all of them? No, it's just the eyeball. Okay, whatever. The other thing I would strongly suggest is, especially when you have things like this, you've sort of drawn this detail on. Are you not center? Oh, for God's sakes. This model has no. Why are you acting like a lunatic? It's acting like this is a 40 million poly model. So like when you're doing the nose, okay, think about them as layers, right? So you have, and I'm going to change your nose. I'm not going to, wait, do we have something else here that's, I don't quite understand what's going on. Okay. Build it up in build it up in layers as opposed to coming in with your thing and drawing them on. And for God's sakes, I think you'll be happier with the effects, because right now it looks like you're bringing, I'm just going to grab a random brush here. You know, you took it and you drew it on, and then you took this and drew it on, as opposed to thinking about them sort of as, okay, that is definitely a layer that then comes behind this layer, right? So don't just draw your detail on, kind of build it up in layers as opposed to have things actually going under and over things. Does that make sense? Yeah, it's like, see, the origins of this muscle are actually behind this bone. So think about the bone structure a little bit more. He's fun though. Yeah, I think this intersection right here and this intersection right here, like this jaw not being a jaw, it being a rod, is a little odd for me. The nose layers. I mean, I understand if you want the eyeball that small, but if you do, just remember what anatomically this stuff does. So let's turn symmetry off. Move. You know, just make sure that it's kind of sitting and doing the right thing. And even if you want to, you know, make this sci-fi and have it come out over here, you know, and be large, the whole purpose of that feature is to have that meat holding in that eyeball. So at least consider what that is. Yeah, I think all in all, I mean, your texturing's fun. My brushes are downloadable. I think this is the one. This is my interface and stuff here. I do ask, and this is just me, I use a bunch of, of Sakikaru's brushes. And this is his Gumroad. And if you do download my brushes, if you go to his Gumroad, if you notice, he's not really asking any money for his. This is the entire package with the armatures, his anime figure. He does a lot of like the Robotech anime figures. And so he has a lot of tools for that stuff. It's worth downloading the whole package of his stuff, but leave $1 or $2 for him, because I mean, he spent a lot of time and energy on this stuff, and he doesn't ask for money, obviously, but it's nice when he gets it. So if you download my brushes, I would appreciate it if you went and gave Sakaki a couple bucks for some of the brushes, if that is cool. He's awesome. He's one of my heroes. At the last ZBrush Summit, I got a picture of he and Joe Mena and I together. It was really nice. Two of my favorite people in the world. I love them. They're awesome people. Yeah, I would say that's... Yeah, there's something weird about those eyes. I don't know what the hell's going on with the model that's making it lag so bad. I don't know. It's weird. Sometimes models just get like that. Because they weren't... I mean, it's not... I mean, look at how much it lags. It's weird. And it's only 65,000 polys. I don't understand why. My machine does not like those eyeballs. All right. Yeah, I think that's the only thing I'd say. The anatomy here is odd because the jawbone is on top of this vascular and muscular stuff. I don't understand it. You know, I think figuring out what the bones look like, and then get that muscle stuff on it. And it could be alien. I just think that, you know, if it is, you know, like a bridged bone and everything goes under it, okay. But you still need something to attach to it to get it to come back. You know, you need things attaching to the bottom, and you have those here. So that could be, what is it? Oh my God, I can't. I've lost all of my anatomy terms. Protraction, whatever. Make it open and close. So, you know, these could feasibly make it open, but what's closing it? You know, usually that's these muscles here. So just think about the anatomy of it. But I mean, it's fun. It's fun. And once again, especially when you're using anatomical things, such as like this little eye bit, remember what it's for. And, you know, like I said, I don't mind the eyeball being small. I just want to see, it's like a sclera. It's not coming. Oh, well. Have anatomy make sense, even if it's alien. Okay. All right. I just did that. Yeah, there you go. Lacrima carnicula. Oh, what is the ruler thingy? It's a very badly behaving Lazy Nezumi. So Lazy Nezumi Pro is a program that sits on top of other programs. It started out as a Photoshop program, or as a Photoshop plugin, and it has, oops, I got rid of it, hold on. Preset toolbar. So it has all these really wonderful features. Why are you, but it's acting like a weirdo tonight. So like ellipse, normally you'd just come in. Hold on, for God's sakes. There's something up with his project. I don't know what it is, but it's acting very weird. And that's why I prefer ZTLs as opposed to ZPRs, because weird things happen sometimes and it makes me meh. Oh, actually. Crazy. Divide. All right. Let's see if Lazy Nezumi behaves better now. Lazy Nezumi. Window hooked. There it is. See how it's locking to the circle now? Right. So this feature right here, just having the circle, is worth every penny of Lazy Nezumi. But I use this as well. It has, it allows you to. This also allows you to rotate without losing your axis. So it's a nice way of rotating on axis as well. It has curves. It has like the center radial. It has some fantastic tools. So I find Lazy Nezumi to be an incredibly powerful asset. Some people don't like it. I don't know. Some people I don't get it. And I think because they think that Lazy Smooth. So in ZBrush there's Lazy Smooth. Well, this has a Lazy Smooth brush as well, right? But I almost never use their Lazy Smooth. It's much more, just silly things, No, this is set for the wrong end, but you can see that it's a really good way to get straight lines and things, Is it this one? Yeah. And like this one is going to draw straight lines. It'll do angles. And that way you don't have to have a great hand. You can do quick straight lines and stuff. So I find it to be an incredibly, incredibly useful tool. I like it. All right. It works. Oh, it works basically on anything. So, let's go back to this illustration program, right? I tap on the screen, get Lazy Nezumi up here. I do Control-1 and see how the screen flashes. And now I can use the tools here. So I'm like, oh, well, I want to check the eyeball to the center of the mouth. And now those are parallel lines. You can change the angles of these, right? Like inner edge, shoot, inner edge, shoot, right? So it's a super useful tool. And if you're doing illustration and stuff, it does, like, you can set your vanishing points and it does force perspective, right? You know, you're getting your vanishing points and stuff. And it'll do fisheye perspective. Ooh. 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 There you go. Look at all that excitement it does. It's awesome sauce. No. But I tend to use the isometric, the circle, you can change your oval and make it match, so it's sort of like a French curve, right? Oh, I want this to be fatter. So it's a nice way to get consistent relative curves quickly. So I use, but honestly, just being able to draw a circle on any surface is worth it. It's worth the, what is it, like $28, $29? I can't, hold on, let's see. Let us go look. How much is it? Oh, look, $10 off. Well, you can get it for $20 today, holiday sales. And let me tell you, it's worth every damn penny of that $20. It's a great program. I don't think... No, they do. He does a lot of updates. I don't know that... I don't remember paying for an upgrade. So it's not something that, oh, they charge every 20 minutes for an upgrade. I mean, he upgrades it a lot. Like, he'll add new tools all the time. So I don't know. He's a good developer. 2 thumbs up for him. Yay, team. All right, let's get back to... All right, hold on. Let me catch up with questions. Yes, exactly. Wow, halo. Too much white of the eye on one side. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Oh, yes. No, it is. It is awesome. And yeah, as far as rulers go, right, see those little ticks? When you hold down Control, you can change how wide they are. And so you can go, okay, well, I want, a line here. And then I want it to be 1 tick, and I can do a line there, and then I can do one there. Right, it's a simple quickie measuring tool. And you can change them pretty easily. So I use it a lot. I love it. I think it just allows you to do a bunch of stuff, kind of half-assed, but quick and easy. And once you're used to it, it's 10:51. It's still an hour away from Happy New Year. So Happy New Year's Eve, still. Okay. No. It's a separate program. Right now it's $20. It's $10 off for the holidays. Yeah, it's worth every penny, trust me. Oh, wait. French curve sets. You wanted to get there. Wait for it. I forgot how to pick it up and move. You can pick the whole thing up and move it. I just don't remember how. But here's your French curve. And then, but the beauty is that, you know, you're getting it right. So it has a 3-point curve, and then it also has a 2-point curve, right? So if you want that lined up with a line and that lined up with that, and then you can futz with the curve, throw it down, and then, you know, it's just a really easy way to, like if you're doing uniforms or clothes or fabric or something, you know, you just get it in there, you get it close to where you wanted it to be. You're like, all right. You just kind of look at it. And I mean, I have a pretty good hand, so I don't get too caught up with the curve stuff, but every once in a while, if I'm trying to get something to cut back cleanly along a curve I've laid, I can match this to, I can match this and get really tight, clean curves. If it's something that's machined or mechanical or something, I might come back and play with it. But it's a damn useful, cool tool. All right. Lazy Nezumi Pro. Yes, there you go. What is this? Oh, that's the interwebs. Let's get that out of the way. This is it right here. Lazy Nezumi. Right? And it has all kinds of... what's crazy is that it's absolutely programmable. I mean, like you can go in and every tool has pressure curves, so you can have it come in, go to 100%, come down to 20%, and then end in 100%. I mean, like, if you want to sit down and write scripting, like it does like these little steps and stuff. I mean, it's really deep what you can do with it. I just don't. I use it for like 3 things, and it was worth every penny for those 3 things. But I mean, you can see here that, oh, you just grab it by the center. Duh. But like you can see how you're doing quick perspective stuff, and it has like Fibonacci like things and like tree shapes, and it's wacky. I mean, you can get the thing to do a bazillion things. Yeah. It's an absolutely badass piece of software, honestly. Love it. Okay, let us go to our folder. And hopefully people have been doing ZTLs. Oh, wow. We got a lot of people uploading. Awesome. Okay, so we have not done the fish because that was... what is that? Is this the same fish that we had earlier? I'm confused. It was actually a fish earlier, wasn't it? Am I missing something? Okay, you're going to have to explain to me what's going on. Because if I remember, wasn't there like a fish? All right. You tell me what's going on with that and let me load the other tools here while we're here. Okay. It almost looks like the cat from oh, it is a bad memory night for me. House. Hey, you kind of got that. Hey, this is, I don't know if you've seen House. Awesome sauce. Great film. Okay. So, I'm trying to think. That's going to be dark, dark, dark. Okay. That's not horrible. Yeah. Once again, I would still tend to use twist and give these a little bit of a lip. You're going to get a little bit of that color separation better. It'll hold your sulfur in better. But when you start going to big steps to retain for a color ideal, I tend to come in and make sure that some of these details really do clearly go through all of them, so it does read as, you know, a single set of hair, you know, as opposed to channels. But this is a way to do it. I mean, because you got to think that if you're tiger striping, either if you're doing it in gold, it's probably going to be inlay or enamel. If it's silver, it's just sulfur. And I mean, honestly, this is how you do it. I just think that I tend to want to see some of these patterns continue through a little better. And see, as you'll notice, you're getting, oops, you're getting, damn it. Can't stand not using the whole screen. Right. Because then when that's polished, you're going to have like a high point there, and it's going to read as a fold a little bit better. I'm trying to think if I have anything that's great movie. Right, because you got to remember that for the most part, you have to find ways for the sulfur to sit or the enamel to sit. And so you can see that that was sulfured, right? And, you know, they're not really trying for hair here. They're really just trying for the stripes. And then you have the stripes and the sulfur aren't crossing over too much. You know, once again, they're setting up the stripes and then hair. You notice they're not really putting a bunch of stripes on the hair. Seeing if we can find someone who does this well. Not really, huh? I wish I could find the pendants that I did that are basically this exact same. You know, it's the tiger head on the... See, these... They're mostly just putting stripes on the face for the implication of tiger. Or they're not going for hair. Fur, whatever. Yeah, that's a completely underwhelming batch of stuff. I do like that sculpt though, it's nice. So you can get away with this, right? Because you got to figure these are gonna sulfur dark, right? Because it's lower, and when it polishes, you're gonna get that dark. But I would like to see, like I said, the fur to be more. If you're doing the fur and the stripes, it needs to look like they're together, right? So what you're probably going to want to do is, let's see if layer might do this better. And you'll notice I'm doing it with layer where I'm trying to get the matting of the fur to feel like it's together. Does that make sense? So there's more depth in this. And then when that polishes out, you're going to get bright, right, on these surfaces, but it'll still, you'll get the dark and the matte fur. It's probably going to be your best bet doing it this way, that is. If you are doing it this way, this is probably your best bet. Yeah, I just can't get house out of my mind. But all in all, that looks good. Yeah, it is. And as I said earlier, if you do download my, I use some of Sakaki Kaoru's brushes. And then this is a link to his Gumroad. So if you do download those, if you go to, do I have? That's not. If you go to, because you should download my brushes with my interface, otherwise you're going to wind up with an interface that has big missing brushes. But within my brush set, I use a handful of Sakaki Kaoru's brushes, and this is his brush pack. And so you don't just get the ones that I use, you get everything. He has tons of hair stuff. He has these armatures, the posable hand. So this is a great download set, but he doesn't ask for any money, but give him $1 or $2 because he spent a lot of time and energy on those brushes, and I've been giving them away for 6 years. So he's obviously not out here trying to make a bunch of money off of it, but he actually put this up so there was an easy place for everyone to download this when I told him about it. So he was like, "You've started streaming again. Everyone's downloading my brushes." So if you don't mind giving him, a little bit of a tip there, because he's out there killing it. He's awesome. He's one of our streamers too. You should watch him stream. Yeah, I think really this is the issue that I would say. I would say come back in and make the mats of the hair more linked together. And then that way when this polishes, you're going to get, it won't just look like you've dug a trench in it, right? It's going to give you that moat. Does that make sense? Do you see that? Okay. So this isn't me. This is just, okay, good. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure there was a fish in there the last time I saw it. Okay. We'll let that be. Load tool. New fish. Was that okay? Did you understand what I was saying about the tiger pendant? Because it's a great form. I just think that if you're doing it by cutting a trench in it for the pattern on the hair, you need the hair to be much more distinct, and you're going to want to have lines of detail that show up after the polish in the dark or in the black. But give it a try both ways and see what happens. I like it with the little... Don't put the hair in it, put the dimples in it. Because by then having the dimples where this goes, and then having these, I would have these bigger. Because what will happen is that these will polish. These will polish bright, if that makes any sense. So, make sure that those are a little bit flatter. So when it's polished, those will read bright as whiskers, if you want the whiskers. But both look good, honestly. Both could read well. I love the little bug eyes. I am critiquing anything you care to upload, honestly. We were doing drawings and characters and anything. We're here to talk about whatever you want to talk about. Upload and we'll talk about it. All right, let's look at this fish. Okay, I think you are going to probably know what I'm about to say. Sculpture detail, don't draw it. Because what this is going to look like is really dark with a bunch of lines on it. And this is a good start, but I would come back with SK clay fill and fill these dents in. And then make sure that the things that are on top of things are actually on top of things. And I'm going to show you why in a second. Do I have a load to... Yeah. Hold on. There you go. Don't get me started on infamous fish. But we can make it better. I'm not allowed to talk about my beliefs. This is a Pixologic stream. So make, ooh, too much. Make sure that the edges of your scales actually are proud. And once again, when fish scales lay out, in all reality, it's almost like a set of L's as opposed to C's. And what I mean by that is they go in lines like this, and it's really an L, an L, an L, an L. So there is a layer of what's going in front of one another. They do cross over. So, right, your crescents are created on the angle sort of as C's. That's not right. There's a crossover. L, L, L. So the crescent isn't really the center this way. It's almost like the center this way, if that makes any sense. Let's get rid of those. All right. See, these get a little weird in here. They're not actually on stroke. But we're not going to cry too much about it. Right now, I just want to get you okay, so we're just going to do that set right there. I'm not going to get too wackadoodle about this. So as you can see, that this now looks like scales that are sitting behind one another and transitioning, should be transitioning like this, right? You know, where it's going behind. So when this, let's find a reflective material. So see, these, each one of these are going to reflect as a surface. And as you can see right here, these are reflecting as the inside edges of scoops. What that means is when this comes out here, you can see how these are bright lined here. So on reflection, it's going to look like a drawing, not a sculpt. Where here, these look like layered elements that are actually on top of one another, and your brain understands that. The subconscious is really powerful about what it perceives. And so, and now, hold on, let's go back to this little guy over here. Like, I'm that wacky dude who actually hand lays out all the scales. I like things that are not perfect, so I tend to. And so when I'm laying out scales, that's too much juice. Let's divide this one more time. I'll come in. And so this way I can make them smaller and bigger towards the center, right? And you can get the compression of the scales when they're going in and out, or, you know, like when it's squiggling around. So I tend to hand lay out my scales as such. And you can see what I've done. I've just created my grid pattern, right? And so this is what I was saying about C's or L's, right? Because most people are thinking, oh, it's a C. Well, they're really L's because they're going along these angles, right? So you're like, boom, 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 boom. And so I'll do a fast layout like this, get everyone in their place. But do you see what I'm saying? As you're laying them out, you're getting it here, but you're also getting it here. And that's what you were missing, that you're missing this angular layout. And so now you can quickly come back in with one of your fills. There we go. Twist. I'm obviously not being very careful here. Smooth. This is where lower your resolution a little. Just come back in and tap that edge. And if you lower your resolution low enough, when we come back up, it's not going to soften that edge too much. High res, right? And so now you have everything going behind everything in its proper direction. Come back again with your SK clay fill. And you can get these things going in a positive direction as opposed to a scoop. Go back to our metallics kink, and you can see that you're getting a lot more feeling of going over and under, right? And once again, this was not very quick. Or I mean, this was not very, because I'll tend to do this with scales. So they get that feeling. And especially fish scales do this. And it gives you the directionality of the scale. And you can really, get it to where that reads well. So remember that scales really are just, sort of the X patterns. So, I'd like to see that be a little more cohesive than just the drawing. Are these decorations? I mean, is that just like a swirly whoop? If this is a decoration and it's sitting on top of the scales, make sure it does. And this is where drawing your detail on sculpting your detail on as opposed to drawing it. Because when you drew that in, that little line kind of goes in and it cuts everything that's behind it back. So you're not really in front or behind of something. And I don't know what exactly little swirly dink you were doing there. But you see what I mean? By cutting that back and in, you've broken the structure of the body of the fish, where if you have this sorted out, come back in, oops, And then if you draw your little swirly do, it's not cutting into the fish, right? You don't have these odd, well, what the hell is that sort of thing, you know? I don't know. I mean, you know, stylistically, this is what it is. I think when you're doing eyeballs, I think you cut a little too much away there. You want to sell the roundness of the eyeball, so make sure that you do the eyeball first, right? And now come in with your swirly do. Swoop. And then you can cut that back and in, but then, you know, your structure still feels like an eyeball, and you're going to get that half round reflective stuff happening if you're actually basing it on something half round. Once again, I'm not completely doing what you had there, so I'm sorry if my swirly doos are different. But keep your, you know, make things dimensional so they're not just flat, because your reflectivity will read much more interesting if it's reflecting from different angles. It's not just being a big flat thing. Yes, it does. Yeah, well, and you know, at the end of the day, when you put them back like this, they are C's, but if you're thinking about them as L's, it gives you the depth transitions better. It allows you to think about how they're sitting on each other, and it also allows you to keep them, yeah, organized, because especially fish scales are very organized. Yeah, I mean, let's go to, well, where do I know that I left? Instagram has it, I think. Let's go here. I don't have all these in a, no. Boop. Come on. I know you're here. These are not the best pictures for what I want. So, yeah, it's very hard to tell, because these are moody pictures. So there's a lot of forced perspective, so I'm not getting a good clear shot of it. But a lot of the stuff, I mean, see this little step right here? It's less than 1/10 of a millimeter actually high, but it's a step as opposed to just a drawn line. So you're not, by there being steps, so if you're doing things and they're like this, as opposed to everything being like this, right? Well, what's in front of what when everything's like this? So when I mean everything being like that, right? You sort of did this the other direction, but I'm just going to show you by just cutting this in, okay? So this is the common answer to things, right? And you just did this in the other direction, right? You just went like this, okay? The problem with this is that there is no distinct level, right? And you got to remember, we are representing things that have, right? This is a very thin skin on something that is shaped like this, that has muscles and stuff. So we want to have even, it's very important that if you have a planed surface and it's going under something else, it needs to look and feel like it's going under something else. If you just draw the lines on, I've broken continuity between those two scales, right? So now instead of this, I have that. Does that make sense? And so when light's shining on it and you're looking at it, those planes do not have continuity. And in turn, they look like they don't have continuity. So instead of drawing those lines on as such, I'll just use twist to make the point. I'm doing the exact same thing, but as you notice, it's not cutting down in, it's just rolling this edge, right? And do you see the difference between that, and that, right? Because whenever I do this, I always come back and smooth this side in, because you want to make sure that it looks like that is going under that, right? And so this idea of these being steps as opposed to just lines, this is just drawn on. These scales have no mass, they have no continuity, they have nothing. They have this outside edge, right? And nothing's really going in front of one another because they are not associating with each other as layers. They're associating with each other as lines. And there's a big difference, and it reads very differently, right? So, and you'll hear me say this about a lot of things we talk about in these critiques. You'll hear me say this over and over again to the point where people are like, well, don't you have anything else to say? No, if you sculpt in layers, we wouldn't be talking about it. But it's actually quite dramatic how a very thin, very fragile step compared to really deep, deep lines on the same surface, right? Because let's go back to here. And I do this a lot too, but everybody needs to learn it. And that is this. Here. This actually has too much curve to it. If I'm boring you with this, I apologize, but duplicate, duplicate. Okay. And let's go here. Turn on transparency. Get out Lazy Nezumi. And we are going to draw a line where that layer is. Alt is the button, isn't it? Crimey, come on. Why is that not working? Is it control? Yes. because as usual, I'm pushing the wrong button. Okay, planar flatten. Let's get that. Get rid of that. Whatever. Close enough spin on. Nope. Wrong brush. All right. Now we're going to cheat. We're just going to use this one to duplicate. And I'm going to take this layer. Come on. Ah, you bastard. All right. It's not going to work this way. Let's try it the other way. Okay. No, that was supposed to have Alt on it. Control Alt. Why are you behaving that way? Fine. Nothing's ever easy. All right. So I think this will give you a clear no. All right. I was trying to be careful, but I've given up. All right. Now we just have one more surface to get squirrely. All right. So here is the deal. When you draw on detail, let's get our reflective surfaces. Sorry guys if everyone's heard this a billion times, but I keep seeing it happen, so you're getting the lesson again. When you just draw on your detail, you have one reflective plane that will reflect always as one plane. So let's rotate this around. And look, super flat. And it's going to read super flat. It's not going to read as different layers. It is a flat surface with lines in it. It's always going to look like a flat surface with lines in it. So now we've done this. Well, look, we have some real dimensionality there, right? But watch, it's still reflecting as one surface with lines in it. So there's no dimensionality to it, even though we have a lot of dimensionality, right? So now we come here and we have a bunch of different coplanar surfaces that are also convex and concave curves. And now as this moves around, look, you have a ton of different visual variety, right? And now I'm going to take this and I am going to squish the living hajibas out of it. So now we don't have much dimensionality physically there at all. But look, we still have a lot of reflective dimensionality. Does that make sense? And so you can see that these surfaces are going to reflect differently, even if they're just a fraction of the height of these, right? And so steps that are facing in different directions, that are actually overlaying one another, these planes register and they will reflect as a plane. And in turn, if you have a plane doing this, a plane doing this, and a plane doing that, they reflect differently. And so you get very dynamic visual surfaces. And here, we're going to make this really tiny. And look at how kinetic that is, right? I mean, you're getting a lot of different things going on there. Where if we go to this guy, it still reflects as one plane, right? You're getting no visual kineticism or dynamicism. And one plane isn't even there, right? So you have to remember that we're sculpting in light, right? And I guess if you're doing like computer games and characters, it's not quite as important because, you know, you're baking in your highlights and lowlights often. With paint, you are cheating light. But everything I make comes out of the computer, and sadly, I have to deal with light and real reflection. And so you have to remember, how are you creating objects for reflectivity? So if we go back to our fish, what you have done is you've created a bunch of lines, right? Because really, this is how it's going to reflect right here, where it's a bunch of lines and then these scoops. So there is no surface. But you can see here, there's an implication of a surface, and it's a little squirrely, right? We have this dent right here. And now, you know, because we didn't start with a form that then has scales on top of it, you have a little bit of a wonk of a shape there. But this is selling that form, where this is selling these lines. So layers, don't draw your detail, sculpt your detail. And that's why I use clay tubes, because let's go back to this guy. You know, I don't need to draw these lines in. I can sit down with clay tubes, and when I say sculpt my detail on, if I were actually doing this with more care, you can see I can come in, and clay tubes has that nice sharp edge, right? I can define that. And the beauty of it is if I'm doing this and I'm going around this corner, right? I'm dealing with that under form. I'm not scooping out. I'm building up off of that surface. So everything I do is relative to the base shape of the form that I'm doing. Right? And I have dimensional things with edges. Right? So I don't need to cut those edges in. I just sculpt them to where I want them to be. And this gives you a consistency in dimensionality that's much easier to keep up than drawing something on and then coming back and trying to get your layers to work, because this is always going to be relative to my surface. Does that make sense? So sculpt your detail on. Don't draw it on. All right. Did that help? Hopefully we got you somewhere there. And here we didn't look at the back. Yeah, once again, you know, come up with a layer scheme, right? That's raised. That's on top of it. Below. Below. And remember that flatter edges will read better than bubbly edges. And when I say, I mean, that's what I mean flat. I'm not talking about having to get it flat, but flat edges reflect better if you're trying for linear detail. Alrighty. And yeah, see, like things like this, once again, symmetry should not be turned on when I'm doing this, but by simply grabbing the twist tool, coming in, doing this, you can see that I have not changed your sculpt, but which one reads better? Does that make sense? And why I use twist, or the twist tool, is because, so you have to understand, right? A flat plane reflects as a surface. A round reflects as a line that moves. You get a lot of bright edge off of. If you want an edge to read better from a distance, a small radius circle is going to work better. So by coming in, and so I figured out where I want my edge to be, right? We'll make it your J. Come in, homogenize, SK trim. So now I have this thing that is going to reflect as a nice big flat surface, right? Boom, see the J will shine at the same time. But the edges are sloppy, where if we come in, and what the twist is doing is it's giving us a profile that looks like this. And it kind of rounds this whole edge. It scoops this out. So you're winding up with something that's sort of like that, right? Now, and this is melodramatic, but so we then smooth this out. So this looks like one surface that is going underneath this surface, but then we're getting this nice round edge, which means you're going to get a bright reflection from a lot of different angles. So that makes that outside edge a bright edge. So by taking twist, and I'm going to do this big on this side, right? We're twisting this. We're smoothing that out. So what you have, right, is this surface that comes under and this round edge. So now let's go back in and actually do it. That's a little tall. Let's get that a little bigger. right? So now we have these weird trenches. I'm going to lower my resolution, smooth this out. Step up, higher resolution. Step up. Right. Now, if that needs to be a really clean plane, we can just come back in with planar. And we can do this with planar. Sorry, I'm not being super careful here. And then you go to planar flatten to fill in the dents. Oops. Boop. Come back in with SK fill and just fill in the back edge of that. Right? And now when you have that reflective surface, you can see how that edge is bright. It's because it's a half round, right? So you're getting reflection from a lot of different angles that's keeping that edge bright. And that's the easiest way to separate stuff off the back really quickly and easily. All right, let's see what we got. Good morning, Getacore. How's it going? Oh my God, it's not even midnight yet. Holy Hannah. Christmas Eve. New Year's Eve has taken forever to get over. Enameling's awesome. If you can get good at enameling, it's a big deal because there aren't a lot of really good enamelers anymore. Especially now with things like Color It and the UV curing resin, the resin-based enamels, they look pretty good, and it's a much cheaper system because you don't have to get. I mean, sadly, you actually have to know what you're doing to do good enamel, and there aren't a lot of people who know what they're doing anymore. Hey, Paulo, how's it going? Oop. All right. So who's next? What do we have here? We have awesome. So remember earlier the small eyes? Look at how big the eyeballs are in the socket, right? That's a big deal. And I think that was really the big problem with what we were having earlier. Let's turn, well, your pupils are coming outside of your eyes. Let's turn paint off and let's actually see what we have here. He's a lot of fun. Once again, I would say just really quickly, this goes back to that drawing detail on as opposed to if we have layers that are going under one another, make sure they do that. So instead of that just being a V, have that be a plane that goes under, right? He's fun. Obviously, your pupils should be behind your eye lids. I would say you might want this just to be filled out a little more. Gonna inflate and inflate this back up. Okay, I'll give them the note when I'll put it in the, what do we use? Slack. I'll put that in Slack. Everyone's gone for the year. I know that sounds so melodramatic. Ooh, what was that? That's not smooth. Once again, that over and under thing, just making sure what is going over is going over. Right. And I would argue, even for stylized characters, little things like that are important. But see, even here, like when we were talking about this earlier, you know, you very rarely see the entirety of the circle of the color of the eye. And the other thing, when you're doing eyes, remember, this is really sweet, but that's not how things work. So you get it drawn in and then turn symmetry off. And I tend to just make the circle. And then we know that we had our little detail there. And just come in and make these match, right? I mean, that's not quite right, but I think you understand what I'm going for here. Damn it, Jim. The other way that's easy is to do one eyeball, duplicate them. In your duplication, just delete this guy. Why is it? Oh, I have symmetry turned on. Oh, for God's sakes. My little keyboard. When I do care, did we duplicate these? Yes, okay. So take this, get rid of one eyeball, get your W, turn the guys on behind it, get this straight, just hold down Control and drag it. Hello. Oh. Hold down Control, drag it. Oh, delete hidden. Hold down Control, drag it, match it with the one below, and now you have your pupils matching. Right? And I didn't move that exactly to the right place, but you get the idea. You get the idea. I think, once again, sort of the over-under issue. That's a layer, right? layer. You know, things are all in planes and layers. You just have to get kind of analytical about things. Right? That muscle kind of wraps around. And you can go back up and soften everything up once you're there. But think of things in layers and planes, because that's how these things are going to reflect. And if they don't make sense as such, you're going to be disappointed. Got to remember that there's not a big gap there. That meat is sort of sitting on that, right? And then to do simple, instead of taking this and drawing a line, right? Think about it in planes. I would take slide, make slide small, and you can just kind of push your line into it, right? Because now that is actually coming, you see what I mean? That's that plane coming off that plane. So I tend to, instead of drawing lines, I want those planes to be consistent and referential. And so even if we smooth that out, you see what I mean? Now that is truly a consistent reference plane. Some weird lumps going on right here. That's a little better. And like I said, I'm not really talking about surface details or anything here. I'm just thinking of about the planular structure of our part. I think those are the big issues. You know, I think that that transition happens out here a little bit farther, because really this muscle comes in and fills in that. Right, you know, this is sort of like a little triangle right here. Whoa, a lot of people. All right. Yep. Well, thank you. If you want to throw up any models and we can chat about them, come on in. If you have any questions about 2020, just ask. This is really a me helping you work through your issue kind of thing, more than you really sitting around and watching me sculpt. These are all other people's models that they upload. The last Monday of every month is a critique month. And if you upload to that anytime during the month, last Monday of the month, we go through and do critique people's works. Oh, is it? Sorry, I haven't downloaded anything in a long time. That's interesting, because they're big jumps from 2018. But I guess if you're free trialing, you don't need everything per se. Interesting. So I think that is more the issue there, is getting your planes right. And once again, you can come back out and make these as dramatic as they were. I soften that up a lot. But now if you're, building this up into something that's dramatic and sharp edged, at least your planes are correct, right? That's coming under that, that's going over that. You can punch it up. Just make sure that you're still thinking about where those planes are and why it's doing it, if that makes sense. But all in all, he looked great. He's hysterical. If you have any questions about what I said, just ask. All right, what do we have next? Okay. Yeah, not bad. Your knees are tiny. This is always one of the hardest parts there is right here, trying to get this stuff, because what's really funny is that, all this really goes back down to bone. It's like really, this is the bisection between upper and lower. And there's not a lot of crossover. So trying to get that right is a little tricky, this whole area right here. I don't know if you've seen, I have it on my phone, what the hell's it called? One second. I have too much garbage on my phone. I know I have some. There's so much stupid shit on my phone. Really? It's like visual thesaurus or something like that. Medical, not anatomy. What's it called? Visual body. So this series of apps, and I think you can get it where it's on your computer as well. I think it was like, it's not cheap. It's like $25 or something like that, I think. What is it? Oh, it's cheap right now. It's $11. But it has one of the best break apart layer system with muscle and bone. This one has all the weird medical crap too, but and they have one that might just be muscles and bones. I have it on my phone. But what's great because it shows you what muscles do things to wait, crap. I love that they have this whole thing, but they don't have a good demo. But yeah, like you can tap on the muscle and you can see where it does, and it actually has this little pen where it shows you exactly what it's doing. But it's really like it shows you all your insertions and origins and stuff. It's really a great app. And if you're doing some anatomy stuff, it's really awesome because it'll really clarify. It's one of the cleanest anatomy apps I've seen. Here, let me see. I'll show you this area. No, give me hip. Give me hip, give me hip, give me hips. Pelvis. So that's sort of the pelvis, right? And then like you can click on it, see how it turns blue. And you can really start to see, that shows you what the muscle is. Let's go back. Oh, it'll do the, it shows you, right? And they're like these little videos that show the contraction and expansion. It's awesome. But it'll really help if you're going to be doing anatomy. It's worth the $20 that it's worth, because you can really peel things back and actually see. You can get everything to go away except for the one muscle, and you can literally go, okay, this muscle is inserting right here. This muscle's inserting and going under there. You know, these are, because all of these actually insert and originate like right here on the pelvis. So I would say look at a little bit more anatomy on this hip area. Let's get away from my scratching, but you're getting close. You just get a little muddy right here because you don't understand exactly what's going on right there, and that's the one thing I'd say there, because once again, it's funny, the weight of this muscle is actually out here, because these are sitting on that. These are pretty good. I think all in all, it's a damn good start. You know, once again, you're soft in your armpits because actually this cuts back up and in, because all of this comes up under. This is all coming up under here. This is inserting back up into there, and your deltoids are going over it. So your intersection anatomy is a little shaky, but you know, because that's not where that crossover is. But it's a damn good start. You know, just coming back, then you have your lump. Yeah. No, you're doing good. This is just a little shaky right here. Okay, hold on. Oh yeah, no, it's great. I mean, you know, it looks good. It's fun. It's just, you know, everybody's like, Tomas, stop saying it. But think of planes and intersections, because if you understand how the planes intersect, you're always going to be able to sell the surface you're looking for. Yeah, of course. I'm doing sculpting, but every time I work on a sculpt, and it usually fails, which is stopping me from working on the same project. Jupiter, to be deadly honest, just keep working on it. Or start over and do it again. Don't just work on the area, don't try to futz with it, but try to identify what it is that's wrong and then rebuild it with those things in mind. Like the thing you have to learn as an early sculptor is there's no such thing, no piece is precious. Throw it away, start over again. Throw it away, start over again. And there's nothing wrong with that until you get to a point where your form. The other thing is make sure your forms are right, and then your details will come, right? Work intellectually from large to small. I know that seems really weird coming out of my mouth because I do a lot of really tiny, high detailed stuff. Because often jewelry is a little different than like characters and stuff because you have such a limited space to be working in that I think that finding some of the key moments in a piece of jewelry. So I often work at high res first, but I'm still thinking of big forms. I know it doesn't seem that way, but it's true. Upload one of your models and we'll look at it. I mean, it doesn't matter where you are in the world as far as detail or, skill goes. Just upload some models, let's talk about them. But the key is nothing you make's precious. And the other thing to remember is that I make as many screwed up models as you do. I just work faster. And I know when to throw things away. Don't stress about it. Just keep working. It's just hours. It's a lot of man hours. That's really what it is. It's just hours and hours and hours of work. And that's it. And don't be afraid to put in the hours because there are no shortcuts, So Rita, do you have Bridgman's anatomy books? I think there's one that came after it, Kinetic Anatomy or whatever, and his is okay. His is good, but his is more realistic still. I think that Constructive Anatomy. So this is Bridgman Anatomy. And what I like about his anatomy is that he does a very good job, like here, right? He shows you what's going on very constructively. One of his books is Constructive Anatomy, and I would suggest getting it. It's like $9. It's not an expensive book. But what it's going to do is he does this really nicely because he really breaks down the planes, right? I mean, look at how he's breaking down this muscle, right? And you can see he's showing you how these planes work, what's on top of the other. You can see that that's actually a pit. This muscle splits. Let's look at his arm, right? He shows you that that's a plane. These are half rounds, but that's a plane, and this is coming over that plane, right? And that is how it eventually builds out. So he shows you these steps, the progression of plane development in his musculature. And his anatomy is very good. He's showing you what's over and under. And because it's stylized, I tend to think that it's easier for someone. I love that all they did was take Bridgman's work and color over it. And like, here, you need to know that that's a bicep. Wow. That's funny. Sorry, that cracks me up. But Bridgman is awesome. And I think that his books are very good about breaking up the anatomy so it's understandable. So I would suggest Visual Anatomy because it really gives you super accurate, wonderful break apart 3D models of the body. And then Bridgman is a stylized, accurate anatomy. And like I said, his books are like $9 a piece or so. I don't think they're very expensive. They're just tiny little paperbacks. So I would suggest getting those. And then build, when you're new to anatomy, think of it like this. Come on. Think of it as, I need to sculpt the planes. And this is what we were just talking about with the face on the other guy. I need to think about the plane. Oh, and see, here's the bigger muscle sitting over. Oh, look, here's a plane. And, then it's filled in. But you can see that this is everything we do. There's a reason that design is circle, square, triangle, right? Because everything is either a square or rectangle, an oval or circle, or a triangle. All design is broken up into circle, square, triangle. And so if you think about it as the base forms and you understand how the base forms work, then you're going to be able to construct your stuff much quicker and more efficiently. I would strongly suggest to anyone to take life sculpting classes, because life sculpting, you have a very limited time to get a lot of stuff done. And what it teaches you is to identify the base shapes and forms and then throw in the character lines once the form's done. Like here's another example of what I mean. This is actually the structure. Disc, cone, hand. And then he comes in and throws, a handful of detail lines, but the structure is this simple. So as soon as you can identify the forms and shapes, then you can go back in and put the character. But I think Bridgman is a super constructionist way of going about thinking about anatomy. Because the other guy who gets a lot of stuff that's similar is this guy. Where is he? Oh yeah, this guy. Hogarth. And he teaches this, there's a lot of dynamicism, but see how everything's all bubbly and goofy? My problem with his work for learning, see, this is all about flow and motion, and because guess what? No one's leg looks like that. I don't think this is a good way to learn anatomy. I think that Bridgman is a much better way of starting your anatomy lessons, because I just think that, honestly, that's not what it looks like. I mean, it's cool. I'm not arguing with it. I'm just saying that's not true. And so Bridgman is much more true. He's using heroic proportion stuff and everything sort of looks like midget muscle builders. But I think that he has a much more foundationally constructionist view of how to make anatomy. And so I would start with Bridgman, because he really breaks it up simply and nicely. Because you're getting there. I mean, this is a lovely start. Like I said, there are just a few things you don't understand, and so you're just kind of filling them in. Like your intersections are a little loose, right? But all in all, you're doing great. Get the Bridgman books, get anatomy, visual anatomy. Actually, all those models, I guess, were sculpted in ZBrush. He posted something on ZBrush Central a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. I hope that helped. Oh man, I used to be good at anatomy. I used to do, people was what I sculpted most before. And it's been so long, I can't remember any of my names. I can't remember. I'm just pathetic. But, it's been 20 years. So, all right, what do we have here? All right, your over and unders are good, except once again, you drew in your lines. And so what that does, you see what I mean? There is no association with this to this. So I will say it again. Make sure that these are going over and under one another, right? So if we look to the side here, that vine has nothing to do with that side of that vine, right? Here, let's just take these intersections one at a time. Right? Those two things are not connected. So let's come back here. Control. Come here. And I am going to take clay tubes. Let's kick our thing up a little. Need a little more than that. I'm going to get rid of this for a second. And then I need to make this a nice curve that actually connects to itself. Right? So this is actually a surface that is connected. Right. Look from the side. Okay, take my history brush and yeah, I just forget to turn symmetry off. Right. And we will get back and fill that in. Woo. Pirate. What is going on with your geometry here? No. Okay. Because I'm sculpting, the first thing I'm going to do is retopologize this. Let's duplicate this. Wait, we have a lot of subtools here. Okay, well, you know what? We're going to take this mesh. We are going to divide it up. So I have some subdivision levels here. We are going to project to history. If I stall out, it is because my processor's thinking too hard. Have no fear. Am I back? Yeah. Okay. Am I back? No, this doesn't have holes. Whatever. And this is okay, because I'm just going to try to show you what I'm talking about. Now I lost the model that was. Okay, there it is. Let me grab this one and drag it down here. Wait, isn't it? Oh no. That's it. Okay. So, this is the one you showed. So let me just really quickly. I would take more care normally, but I just want to get to some of those basic problematic issues. Whoa. I guess that is a big spot we missed in our projection. These models were not as close as I wish they were. Okay. Doesn't matter. That's not the part we need to talk about. So, right? Oh, shite. Well, here, we'll just hop up here. So, and let's actually go back to where you were. All right, so let's just come all the way back. Here we go. This is what you're showing us, right? So, I want to see layers that make sense in transition, right? That's a layer. This edge comes up. That edge needs to actually be there, right? And this is why you'll see me doing a lot of double line things like this. It's because I'm just trying to get my reference points tied together, right? So those are actually going over and under. So it comes out. Right. So make sure that one side is actually referencing the other. That's turned up way too high. Right. Oh, that's a leaf. All right. All right. So we want are layers to refer to each other as they're going through. And only in really tight Celtic knots are you going to get things that are doing this steep. You want nice smooth planes because they'll reflect together well. So all right. So let's look at this, right? I think it's fairly obvious that these planes are actually traveling over and under one another, right? I might have this backwards, but it's going to be close enough. Did I? No. So you can see, because you draw these deep lines separating your planes, they just look like these surfaces that are kind of lumpy together, where if you're thinking of them planular, and I know that I made these flat, but this is where I would start with that no matter what, and then I'd come in and I'd round everything out. But, you know, this is, because I started with those planes, even with them roundish, they're still referencing the weave. And I think the weave is pretty clear. And here we get a little weird. I'll take that down some more. Make that a little prouder. And you can see I haven't cut a single division line in there. That's just a sculpted edge. It's not cut in. And look at how much clearer it is than that, right? So once again, don't get caught up in drawing your intersections. Sculpt your intersections, and they read better. And, you know, once again with your leaves, I think you drew on your details so they got very, very deep, right? You can have, you know, some depth in your leaf. And when I do draw on, especially in things like this, I'll take slash and then I'll turn the intensity down really low and I'll kind of make it high. And it does, we need a little bit more in 2. For leaves and stuff, I think it does a really great job because you're not getting these huge deep cracks, but because of how slash makes its cuts, I think it does really well for leaf bits. But once again, you got to make sure that you come back in and flatten this stuff out so it's not so puffy, because leaves are not inflated, right? They're not balloons, they're flat surfaces. So just make sure, you know, your leaves don't look like balloons, because these are just way too puffy, right? Come in, define your planes. Make sure you have some nice kinetics there. Soft up my edges. Boom. Boom. this direction, huh? Okay, so transparency. I'll just copy your I'll copy your lines here. Right. Once again, I've yet to cut in to any of this. And now you can see we can take twist again. Right. And you can see that this is going to read a little bit more like a leaf, and it's not quite so deep and puffy. And, you know, you can accentuate these more if you need to, but in all reality, you don't need these to be super dramatic. They'll read well as layers going back and in, right? And you can come back in and cut that deeper. But so the two things I want you to think about are not drawing your detail on, keeping things from being puffy, and making sure that you have consistent layers traveling. When you're going over and under, make sure that when it goes under, that when it comes back out, those two planes mean something to one another. They're not just, this one's going in like this and this one's coming out like that. Because the second you come in and you take this, none of these surfaces relate to anything anymore. And it shows. All right. Am I missing Facebook messages? No. Gary Miller did a Facebook message. Did we lose Facebook? It's Restream is what we use. But for some reason, is Restream not? Yeah, it's sending it to Facebook, or it's sending it to Twitch. Is there anyone on Facebook right now? Can you send me a text to see if we dumped Facebook, or is what says Facebook's connected here, and that was not that long ago. Actually, it's showing that we have Facebook here. Someone on Facebook, text me and let's just chat, just so I know if we lost Facebook or not. Restream is what we use, yeah. Am I using a mouse? No, I have a stylus. I have a Cintiq. I Everything is right here. I use my stylus. And it's all pressure and angle sensitive. There's a Wacom Cintiq. Right? Okay, I'm back in my picture. Boop. All right, Gary, great. So, okay, I haven't lost anyone. Well, I might have lost people, but you know what I mean. Well, it's because it's very easy to start digging deeper and deeper and deeper lines when you're trying to figure out how to get the surfaces to work better. That's not the answer. It's making sure that they are relative to one another. And now with the history brush, it's easy to deal with because you can just come here and you're like, well, are those two surfaces? Well, they're kind of dipping, right? So that's not perfect. It's not horrible, but it's not perfect. So I just come in, clay tubes, get rid of this on top. Oop, forgot one important feature of this. All right. Take my orange out, hold down Control, boop, make sure that little white speck's there. Now, come back up. And a real easy way is using planar, flat, and line and just touch those two things. And now that's a straight line right there. Right? And I know that you don't necessarily want it to be a straight line, but that gives you your surface of a straight line, right? So now you know that that surface is not relative, but planar, right? And now you can take back the whole thing, starting like from back here, right? And so now that is, that's still a little aggressive there. Right? And now you know that surface is at least working with itself. You grab your history brush, come back in, there you go, boom, 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 boom. And then you can come in and just tune that up just a little. Get that to sit there. And without cutting a deep line or even rolling my edges yet, that reads very clearly as two surfaces going over one another because it's two surfaces going over one another. I'm not pretending, it really is happening. And I think that's super important. I think that that's a big deal. You know, with leaves, they are actually veins that cut in. So eventually, you know, you might actually get to the point where you are cutting these veins in. But because I started with it dimensionally first, you get a much more kinetic surface. And once again, see, these are reflecting planes, right? And now look at that compared to the pillow, right? The pillow doesn't read as the surface. That reads as, you know, a relative object. So that half round is very kinetic and very dynamic, but it has to be used in the right way. So does that make any sense? I think that's what you need to work on is the over and under, making sure the over and under is relative and not drawing your detail in. Sculpt your detail in. And that's where, you know, getting your leaf, I mean, just look at the difference, you know. It's the difference in getting your leaf in the right place, thinking of it as the object that it is. You know, let's say that this, you want sort of like a curl on this. Whoa, what in the hajibas? you know, you can set, you know, the shape you want, but get it flat first, right? Work from that plane. So this, and then it'll come up. It'll sort of have that contrapposto curve thing going on. And I know this is working down here. I should have radial symmetry on, but I'm not that concerned at the moment. I can't be brought to care that much, right? And now get your shape clean and off the surface, right? So we actually have an edge to work with. Right? And then just start to stroke in your grain. So you kind of have an idea of what's going on. Grab, move, and just make sure your leaf is the shape you want it to be. Slash really low. Whoa. That wasn't it. Get the trench. You can do it backwards and get the raised part. And then I would take flatten or SK trim and knock that puffiness right the hell out. And this is where pinch works well because we don't mind that these are higher, you know, and just futz with it that way. But you can see that with very little depth, you can make it look like a leaf. My veins suck there, sorry, but I think you get the idea. Oops. You know what I mean. Crappy veins, not going there. But I think those are the issues you need to deal with. But I think you're doing good. Have we gotten a bunch more things in? Okay, so we got the new fish. So I think talk is new. I think, yep. And then load tool. You can do it. All right, so now we're going to this. Uh-oh, what just happened? Did ZBrush just die? Wow. Way to go. killed my ZBrush. I see how you are. Come on, Sparky. All right, so let's just try this again. So we looked at those, right? Did we get, no, we didn't do this one. We did Tiger Medallion. We did Bruce. We didn't do that. We just did that. We didn't do Skin Sphere, did we? Oh, yes, we did. Oh, no, we did that one. That's okay. I don't think we did this one. Did we? Load tool. Is that a different fish? There's new fish. 955. Oh, wait, date month. Okay. Let's see if you blow up my machine again. How do I do the vines with openings and separation? Oh. You know what? I think that their Restream is free, but if you wanted to do certain things, you have to pay for those certain things. And I can't remember what's what, because I pay for Restream. So, and I know that Pixologic does as well. So I can't remember what the free one does, but I used the free one for years until I wanted to. I think you have to pay to have it go to Facebook. I think. Don't quote me on that. I think this one we did, right? Yeah, okay. We did that one. What's bacon? Oh, is this the model? Yeah, right. No, this is a different model. Okay. Your eyes are a little... Well, you don't really have eyelids. And I think your eyeballs are a little far apart, but once again, eye placement's weird, so I'm not gonna jump on you for that one. But and that's too much. I think your eyes are a touch too far apart, but once again, there are all kinds of freaks in the world who have weird faces, so that's always a shaky thing. So, and once again, the thicknesses of these, and you know, that's something you can decide. I'm just making these a little dramatic so you can see. Remember that there are ledges on these edges, right? They're not just flat. So having this edge right here is helpful because it reads. It's one of the delineating lines that makes the eye come around and the meat go under this flap. So I tend to, when I'm blocking up, make sure I have this surface here, you know. And then that kind of comes out, yeah. Mm-hmm. And once again, let's get this to be a surface. We'll fill that back in a minute. Because we'll do it where it doesn't have a big eyelid like you have there. I just want to get that kind of in the place. Right. That comes under this area. And once again, I'm not, you know, the character, I'm not considering that. I'm just trying to get you to wrap your head around like where some of these weights are, right? And this is actually filling in the rest of the socket, and that's coming down. We'll smooth it out in a second. So here's your eyelid. It is coming under this meat, right? So we're going to be melodramatic here, and we're going to remove this, because once again, I want you to think about planes, right? Because your eyelid is a plane. Boo. That's weird. Sometimes brushes act oddly with geometry. Don't get too freaked out about it. Just change your brush and move on. All right, so this is a lid. It is meat, but it is one piece always, and it is relative to itself always, no matter how thin it is at the end of the day, because now that's there, right? And then this fills in this way. So once again, the whole concept of over and under is a big damn deal with all this stuff. Because when your planes are right, everything looks right. So we're going to make this have that really thin little eyelid that you drew in. But now we're actually sculpting it in instead of drawing it in. And it's going to look more natural. Right. Right, so you can see that we have that really tiny eyelid, but it's sculpted in now, and now it makes more sense if that here. So that's that, right? And now let's go back to here. You know what? Yeah, I know. Actually, the openings in the brush, let's get to that when we're done with this one. Sorry. Actually, where you're at right now, it would probably be easier just to make some plugs and boolean it. You know, I would have done it in the block up. If I didn't know that I was going to do holes, I would do exactly that. I would just take some ovals and just throw ovals through the center of them, and then sharpen the corners is how I'd go about it. So this, hold on, I think I cut that line in, didn't I? Yeah, so this is where you're at. Let's duplicate this. And now, I did that wrong. Okay, delete that. Ah, did I do that? What? Okay, hold on. Oh, shit. I didn't see the eyeballs in. Okay. Yes. All right, we need to go to here. See that line right there? That's actually caused by the flat, that plane. And, right, that's caused by this plane. It's not really drawing a line, it's this meat being seen, I guess. And you have a little puffiness here. Now let's okay, so did it? Oh, no. Jesus. Okay. Duplicate. Absurdity at its finest. Now we're going to go all the way back here. I don't think people's bodies are supposed to sound like that. All right, let's go all the way back. Well, did I get there that quick? Come on. Why are you not going back? Are you just being really slow? Come on. Oh. All right. This is where we started. Now, damn it, how do I get my split screen going? The two visible subtools I can split. If anyone can remember that I'm having a bad brain day. Okay, so split screen. How do I do it? How do I get it to start? Crappus. I can't remember anything. Come on. Joseph will tell me how to do it again. See, this is my problem is I do stuff in the beta and then I work on it and I'm like, hey, that's really cool. And then I can't remember. Just give me my split screen. Come on, you can do it.
This is Joseph Drust, and welcome back to another episode of Ask
ZBrush.
So we had a question sent in asking, how can I use the split screen mode? So to start off, I just have ZBrush loaded up, and I have some scan data here of the winged victory of Samothrace. And the question is asking about using the split screen mode. So the split screen mode inside of ZBrush allows you to isolate the selected subtool from other subtools, giving you the ability to use reference meshes when sculpting. This mode is great for practicing sculpting anatomy or mimicking sculptural surfaces on different models. So
why
with
won't
the
this
winged
state?
victory here, let's say
I cannot believe I can
practice sculpting wings. So I've loaded this scan data in, and I now want to use this as reference. So in my tool palette over here, I have the wing that I started. This is going to be some Sculptris Pro practice here, so sculpting the feathers on the wing here. And while I was doing this, I wanted to reference that scan data. So what I could do is I could take the scan data, I could then generate some 2D images and then load those into Spotlight. And then while those are in Spotlight, I could look at those.
We're not studying Spotlight, Joseph. Come on, man.
However, if they are
I just need to know the shortcut. Just tell me.
I'm sculpting on my wing, and I want to see what this angle looks like. I didn't have that area depicted in those 2D images.
Oh my God, you're killing me.
So I need to go back to that scan data, generate some new images, and then throw those back in Spotlight. So instead of doing that process of trying to get all the angles in 2D images, what I can do now is use the split screen feature. So I'm going to navigate back to the tool palette, and I'm going to select my original wing here. And now I want to go to the subtool palette, and I just want to append the scan data to this file. So I'm going to click on the append option here, and I'm going to select the winged victory, and that is now going to append the scan data there as a second subtool in my scene.
This is worth it.
After I appended this, that the scan data is quite a bit smaller than the wing I was sculpting.
Just push button A. Come on, Joseph.
So what I want to do is I want to take this scan data and I want to scale it up and try to get its orientation.
Oh my God, you're killing me, Joseph.
As close as possible.
Okay. There we go.
And place it on the opposite side. So if I go back to the transform palette here. And
oh, damn it. Transform. Split screen. Thank you. That's all it took. I'm like, damn it. I can't remember where it is. Split screen. Boom. 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 Okay. So, I overdid that just a touch. But, I can't sculpt in split screen? That's not true, is it? Why isn't... Alright, well, this isn't working for shit. Sorry. For some reason, it's not letting me sculpt in split screen, which makes no sense. But, whatever. Look at it in split screen in a minute. Frustrating. Oh, because that tool wasn't selected. Let's try that one more time. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, the lag is brutal. Oh, well. It was a nice try. I think that the lag is killing us now. Right? Wow, that's a substantial difference in where that eyeball is. Let's do this. Sorry, I made this lid to this eyeball, not the other one. And what's nice is you can now come in, and I have that lip, and I can just kind of, woo. No, you bugger. And I can pull and push this to be where you want it to tie to that eyeball shape, right? And on the upper lid, you want it out a little more. And I should be using slide instead of push because I just pushed all that up into itself. But those lines back in here are actually caused by that flat plane in there. So these are really tiny eyelids. Right? So in a sculpt, this is going to read really super, super tiny. So I would tend to make them bigger than that, but I think that, and also keep your subdivision levels, because then you can smooth better. Right. Oh yeah. And of course the little, that's what you were going for, right? Don't just draw in this eyelid, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. For God's sakes. And keep subdivision levels so you can smooth. That's a big deal, guys. I don't know if that helped any. Did that help at all? I just feel that here you just took this and drew this in, right? Stroke, preferences, quick save. No, not quick save. Yeah, quick save. Every 40, okay. Hey. Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay. All in all, I mean, the anatomy looks pretty darn good. I mean, where you started to move and distort it, some things got a little weird, but like this ridge right here, there's a separation in there. So just, especially since you're not being super detailed here, you know, just get like, because those don't connect, right? And then, you know, this ridge just seems a little flat. Am I being heckled? No, I don't need Domenica's schedule. All right. You know, once again, that this sort of has like a violin shape. Yeah, this intersection's bothering me here. You know, something like that going on. Like I said, this doesn't connect that way. And same here. And I think it's, you had normal anatomy and then you pinched it together is kind of the only way I see you getting that, because you have this like flat edge there, and I think that's just where you pushed it in. That's coming up in there. Once again, finding out where these actually connect, because their butt's gotten very long. Nothing wrong with that. It's just, you know, that's substantially longer than the rest of the anatomy. Yeah. Like this muscle group doesn't work this way. This is like that's all connected, so trying to get the breasts are a little weird, but it doesn't look like you worked on them much, so it's not, you know, because really you gotta think your nipples are kind of, and because you don't have a lot of geometry, we're being a little melodramatic here, obviously. They need weight, right? And then without something pushing them up, they don't actually quite pinch there, because, you know, grab, you know, this is muscle, right? And so the fat's coming down. It sort of attaches here and then kind of comes down and around. It's not a push up until, well, either you have fake breasts or you have something actually pushing them up. But those monstrous breasts. All right. You know, that's a wee bit more. I'm going to say this word, natural. And then once again, you know, you do your armpit anatomy. But yeah, I think when you push these things in, you got these edges that aren't there in the body, so that's something to consider. There's not enough geometry to smoothing out. Yeah. I mean, your anatomy's actually pretty tight. It's just when you came in to move it around, it got squirrely. Hey, Happy New Year. All right, sorry, I haven't been reading. Yeah, transform, lag is huge. You're welcome. Hey, guys. Hey, John. Oh, it is New Year's Eve. What position did you put me in? Yeah, like I said, it looks like, you know, when he was moving, he pushed the stuff in, and then, because, you know, I mean, you have, you know, this got weird here. But we're not dealing with a lot of geometry here too, so it's hard to... A lot of people forget that really there's almost no crossover between the upper muscles and the upper muscles and the lower muscles, but there's very little crossover between the two. So, you know, where the ribs are, and when he pinched them in, this all, you know, right. This was really sharp, so it kind of pinched in. So you need to come back in and, you know, round that out to where it's. I think we're almost there. These just aren't associating this as they should be, you know. Oops. And it's always tricky, you know, you're like, oh, it's an elf, so it has weird old geometry. You know, where does... Yeah, something a little more like that. You know, in all reality, you're probably going to have that out a wee bit more. But once again, with, you know, with fantasy anatomy, who knows? I mean, is it a thin abdominal sheath? Man, hell if I know. I am not informed about elf anatomy. I think that's just all too forward is the problem. No, it's just thin and pinched. It's just weirdo anatomy because it's an elf. You know, this actually, you have, you know, that's coming out from there. Like you can't see it because the boobs are so big. Okay. I think that at least gives you something to go off of. You know, keep the trunk rounded. Get these intersections right. The breasts should have a little more weight. And these are actually in a bra. If they're real, they're going to sag a lot more than that at that size. But elves defy gravity, from what I heard. Yeah, I think that's better. Maybe. Okay. Anybody have any questions about that one? Okay, let's go to this one, right? Oh, that's fun. Well, I mean, your layering's actually pretty good. Once again, I would use twist on these edges, just so they don't get soft, right? What in the hell? Holy shit. There's 71 million polys. I don't know that you need 71 million polys on this one. And I'm a poly whore. I think this might be a little overkill on the polygons. I think you're perfectly fine with 20 million polys on this one. I'm like, why is this it's like, couldn't figure out why the poor machine was just like, damn it, man. Oh, I see why you went up to 71 mil. He did it so these would be clean. I think there are ways around it. I don't think you need to work at 71 million polys, man. At least not yet. Oh yeah. Oh no, I wasn't expecting it to be finished. It was just like, why is my machine struggling? You hear it going. This poor machine really was not designed for that many polys. It'll do it, but it just whines about it. Yeah, when you're going through holes like this, just make sure that that dip. I would tend to make them stand up and off a little more, just so you're filling that empty space a wee bit more, and it just seems more substantial, right? It doesn't look quite as anemic in there. No, I'd say your over and unders are good. Yes, and that's that. Yeah, I think the only thing I'm really seeing, because you've done a pretty good job about keeping, your intersections going and, really fairly on the same thing. I would say just on this big transition stuff, make sure that you have a lip so that is separated off, right? And that's gonna make a big difference. And honestly, I think those are the only really issues I see, Oops. Yeah. No, I I see why you went to 70 million because of this. These losing their fidelity. I think that is something that I would rough in now. I'm just going to pretend this is what you want. Because I have no idea what you want. Right? And you can see that they are still rough. But I would just get, these to where you want them. Okay, that's probably not where you want them. I didn't see that square as a guideline, sorry. And then we'll put that there. All right, close enough spin. And so, they're obviously not, the edge fidelity is not what you want, obviously. And that's where I would leave it like that until I'm done. And because there are certain things, unless you're going to completely remesh everything, and you're so close to done here, I wouldn't bother with that. I mean, when I say you're so close to done, I don't see anything that you're doing that's going to need dramatically more geometry. I think you have it here. So I'm just going to lower the res one more time, only because I don't want my machine to choke out while it's doing it. Come on. What the hell? I lowered resolution. Okay. Too much. That's close enough. Duplicate. Grab you, drag you down here, close these. Boom. We'll make this 1,000,000. Decimate it. Oh, well, I'll show you with this. Let this decimate real quick. And I will show you how to... A perfect UV? Oh, well, shit. I don't really... I don't use UVs. I make physical objects. UVs are useless. There is a unwrapping process which makes UVs actually quite useful, but give me a second. Let me get this done, and I'll show you what the UV master is. Have you used UV master? Have you used UV master? I know that you can. I'm really not the person to ask about UVs. I'm a UV dummy, but it's pretty simple, and you can paint on where you want the seams to go, and it seems to be a pretty robust tool. I'm not the person to ask because I'm a big ding dong with it. All right, so there we go. We're down to 1,000,000 polys. Let's turn this guy off. So now we're at 1,000,000 polys. We've decimated this down to 1,000,000 polys. So now you can come back here, right? And turn your Sculptris Pro on. We're going to take this tool. We're going to eliminate backface masking. We're going to turn Sculptris Pro on. And you can, here, hold on. Come on, you can do it. Turn Sculptris Pro off real quick. And we're just going to smooth these out just a touch. Because I don't want the chatter to be there necessarily. All right, we did that. Now we just zoom in, turn Sculptris Pro back on, bring our little groover in here, and then you literally can come back in here and I'm obviously not being super careful here, but you just come back in and apply this as sharp as you want. Like I said, at home this goes much faster because my poor machine. Right, and you just come back in and you draw over these in Sculptris Pro, and it adds the geometry it needs. You know, once again, you can make it at this point as tiny as you want. And, you know, it completely depends on what form you want. I think standard is a little bit more aggressive if I remember correctly. Let's make that freehand. Let's make it square. Backface masking is turned on. Yeah. And I'm obviously not being careful here. Does that not have? But you can see you can come back in at this point and put this stuff back in with the Sculptris Pro, and you can make it as tight and as clean as you want here. And that standard has that build up. You can see that, you know, you can get nice tiny little detail at this point that you couldn't get when you were doing it at the full resolution. And this keeps you from having to use 70 million polys, you know. The other kind of interesting thing is if we go up here, this is kind of cool, and you want this exact, right? So now we take this, hold down Control and hit that. Now we come back over here, and we can use Sculptris Pro, turn the history brush on with Sculptris Pro on, and now, no, it doesn't work in symmetry, but you can come back here, and where you didn't have the geometry before, you can make it, you know, you can get it to where, okay, that's not enough, so you make your brush a little smaller, and you're like, right? And you can get that geometry in with the Sculptris brush. So you bring as much geometry as you need in to get this where you wanted it, right? So those are two different ways you can do it. But this gives you a lot more control over your geometry than having to work at, you know, 150 million polys because you don't want this tessellated surface. So now you got it to this point, it's like, oh, well, what do I need to do? do I need to take my trim brush and clean these up? Right. Because you're using the Sculptris, it just adds the geometry where you need it. Does that make sense? Right. And you can do it here. And look, we're still at 1.9 million polys as opposed to 70 million polys. And it just takes a little bit of extra time, but you have good mesh management at that point, you know. All right. What would you do if 90% of the model is symmetrical? Well, honestly, what I would do is, since we already have that, let's say, oh, it's symmetrical and I bumped it. Oh, crap, what do? I would just mirror and weld. Right? Oh, crap, this is different. Well, who cares? We have our history brush. And it's on the other one, so now we're just going to come in here and just redo that. Obviously, you need a little bit more resolution than that, but right. And there you go. Now you're completely symmetrical with a non-symmetrical center design. Ta-da! That's as easy as it gets. The history thing is just tits and whistles. It's awesome. All right. Wait. Can I have a look at the side strap? You mean this one? What about it? It's fine. I mean, there's no, like I said, I mean, I went by with the twist. You know, I twisted it to remove it off the edge. You know, these are going over and under pretty well. I mean, you could, this is a little, you know, this is a little divey. I think I'd probably, okay. You know, I'd probably bring these up. I mean, even just that helps, right? All right. This is where Sculptris becomes a pain in the butt when you forget to turn it off. Are you kidding me? I just turned it off. Okay. Right. Just where you made that under, I would just futz with it just a touch more, just so that it doesn't dive quite so bad. You know, this is another really good history moment. Just get rid of that. Now, I wouldn't be doing this here. I'd actually be doing it up where you have geometry, but I think this will give you the idea of where we're headed. Right? And you want it to go in and out a little, so up, down, right? But so now that is, you know, a nice smooth surface. You could take any one of these and even it out. But now that is a surface that relates to itself. Go to your history brush, come in. That's so annoying. Oh, it's not the one I wanted. Right. Smooth, smooth, smooth. Right, and then just come back in and touch up where some of those grooves were. But now that's, a connected line, right? You're not guessing, it's connected. And then you just come back and throw those straps back over it and ta-da. Does that make sense? All right, so I answered the... Oh, really? Sid Mead died? That's tragic. He's my hero. I love Sid. Okay, they got very poor. So, Raul, if you're still here, within plugins, there is this thing called UV Master. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but that's wrap, unwrap. You can do control painting, so you tell it where you want seams and where you don't want seams. And there's all kinds of... You can unwrap by polygroup, and I mean, it does all kinds of crap. I don't use it, so I have no idea. Sorry. Did that help? I think that gives you... And once again, I'm not being super careful on this. I'm just trying to get it to a place to show you. But I think that that should help. All right, did I see another project? Oh, we didn't do Talk, did we? No, we did not. Now load tool. Bezos. That's great. That's pretty priceless. What time is it? All right, give me 1 second here. I'm going to leave everyone with this. Text, new text. Be right back. Potty break. I gotta pee. All right, kind and gentle folk. I'll be right back. Oh, holy Hannah. It's funny, it's an Erewhon chair base, but it sure as hell isn't an Erewhon chair. Oops. I have a drinking problem. Righty. Okay, put my glove back on. No working without a glove. No glove, no love. All right. Now, where were we? Let's see. Mesh management, I think, is the most important thing to understand, and it can be one of the trickiest things to do well. But now with the Decimation, Sculptris Pro, and the History Brush, yeah, it's crazy. Let's quickly go back to your guy here, and let me just re-show this. So frame. So I'm just gonna find a part on this model where we had a lot of geometry. Hide this one, right? And when we know our geometry's sketchy back here, but hold on, let me get something really tiny. Right, you have all this little tiny detail. Control history, boop. Come back down to this thing that only has 1,000,000 polys. And once again, that, turn on Sculptris, and you just come in here. And with the Sculptris Pro, you're only putting it where you need it, right? And you can get as fine a detail as you want. Right? And you're like, oh, well, look, that's not sharp enough. Well, make your brush smaller. And now look, it's sharp enough to get it. And once again, what are we dealing with? We're at 1.2 million polys, and we have the geometry from, you know, the 40,511 billion poly model you had over here. Sorry, 70,000. 70 million. But you know, that's that right there with the history and the Sculptris Pro. It's mind-numbing. I mean, it is just so incredibly powerful. It's yeah, it's kind of hard to wrap your head around how absolutely befuddling awesome that is. It allows you to sculpt a beautiful high-res model, decimate, prepare to print, and then bring back the super crisp, sharp detail of that high polygon model, and you know, stay within reasonable. You know, let's cut that in half. Let's take it to 500. We've done this. Now we'll redecimate it because we want it to stay low, right? It'll process through. Yeah, I'm sure we can. Give me a second. Let this process through. All right. So now we're at 500,000 polys. Same thing. Come back in. And now, yeah. History. Come back in. You can make any of the areas you need sharp, sharp again. Right? And now you're at 600,000 polys. You know, that's redonkulous. Redonkulous. All right. So now we are on Talk Talk. It's great. Like he's bald, it looks like he has big earrings. You make fun of me? Okay. See, it's tricky with stylized things because it's like, oh, well, it's style. It's not, you know, you can't go, oh, well, your anatomy's wrong or whatever. But I would say this. First of all, it was 5 million with no subdivision levels. Okay. So I want everyone to try to remember quad models save your subdivision levels. You'll be much happier when it comes to stuff. But since this does not have that, it's okay. Sculptris Pro is on. We will use cracks. Sculptris Pro is on. So whenever you start to get this chunky bleed through stuff, this is where Sculptris Pro really is super useful. Oops. Is it saying what? Where's where is it? Where is it? I thought it was up in here. Is it under memory? Max Sculptris Pro polygons. Yeah. There we go. So it'll work on this one now. You can use Sculptris Pro to come up and clean this sort of stuff up, which is nice. Which is nice. You need it to be a little bigger. Because those are things that will cause you grief in printing. Come on. You can do it. There we go. All right. So and then just come back in and do your woo, 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 woo. What was that? Is backface mask turned off on this? Nope. It just got weird. Oh, crappy. I totally forgot. Someone was talking about asking a question a while ago saying they kept getting lumps or it would pull through. So what that is, it's this button, backface masking. With it turned off, you can see that, oh, I'm working great. Oh, this is wonderful. But then you flip it up. Oh. Of course it doesn't work when I need it. Hold on. Oh, it's great. Oh, it pulled back. So, right, it doesn't have backface masking. It will affect things. It will affect the positive normals on something within the brush radius. So if the brush radius is bigger than the thickness of the arm, it's going to drag that stuff to it. So that's why we use backface masking. And that is, I have it right here. Backface masking. All right, now let's get back to this groover. I would come back in and just define some of this stuff a little better. Is this the 5 minute? Yeah. And once again, you can do this with the Sculptris Pro on a smaller thing to get it without the teeth, without the tessellation. But you're going to want to get that stuff a little tighter because it won't show up in printing. That's something that'll polish off in a half a second. So you want to get a little bit of raise there. Obviously, you grab models from a different, or feet from a different model, and that's cool. Just make sure that, they get rid of seam lines. Because I don't see these guys as like wearing stripy pants. And then you can, kind of continue that in whatever way you want, but now that at least looks like it's kind of the same model. Once again, just paying attention to the over and unders. Just keep them dynamic. Even in abstract weirdness, make sure that something that's going under something goes. There we go. This little short keyboard gets me sometimes. Yeah, you're probably going to want to punch the ribcage stuff. Let's get a little depth and separation there. I find that for this kind of lumpy stuff, inflate works really well. Good night. If you get inflate small, focal shift a little. I need it sharper and smaller still. The inflate can give you some really nice organic lumpiness. There we go. Not that what you were doing was bad, just something to think about. Oops. I guess those were mirrored, they weren't symmetrical. Well, I guess that's always why you only have one subdivision level on this. Wrong direction. Yeah, let's see. It's hard to tell like how far you are along this stuff. Once again, just think of layers, right? You know, if this is coming under, right, and that's going over, just make sure that it's a layer, it's not cut in. It's just this consistent thing to think about because it really makes for a big difference. Yeah, I would say just make sure that your details are nice and sharp. A little bit more prominent than this because, well, I mean, it also depends on how big this is or how big you're planning to print it. But just getting this stuff up and off a little more. Other way, I would assume. Just make sure you have the depth that it'll actually show when printed. Clean up, you know, get your edges a little cleaner, get your depth separation a little cleaner, and I'm just assuming that a lot of this isn't done, you know, because you know, whatever you got going there. It's hysterical. I love it. It's funny here in hell. Yeah, no. Definitely getting there. I would just say be careful because I'm not seeing it necessarily here, but I see it a lot when people are doing things that are abstract. Intentionality is still very important, even if you're doing abstraction. In some ways, more so. So just make sure that, you know, like this pattern going on down here. Okay, this is pretty good. but figure out what it is and then make it that, right? Intentionality is a big deal. So it's like, don't be ambiguous about it, right? Okay, this is actually going under this. This is coming out and going over there. So that means this is coming down, is in front of that, and does that. This comes down. Because intentionality, especially in abstraction, leads to the viewer thinking that you paid attention to what you were doing. And in turn, gives them the idea that there's probably something going on there that they don't know about. And, that's half of abstraction. So just make sure that if you're doing something, right, I didn't know what was going on down here, but at least make it do something, right? Don't be too ambiguous with it, with your forms, not necessarily the design. Yeah, I'm still going. People keep uploading stuff. So I go until we're done. I worked in the film industry for over a decade. Batmans and Godzillas and Species. And my last film was Big Fish. I left the industry because of Big Fish. Yeah, no. It was sort of a fluky thing. On the first Pirates of the Caribbean, I hand carved a bunch of skull rings, and everyone was like, "Oh, you should make skull rings. Oh, you should make skull rings." I was like, "I got a real job. I'm not making skull rings." And then when I left the film industry, I was like, "Hey, well, maybe I should make skull rings." That was sort of it. And then about a year or two into it, I was introduced to ZBrush, and I was like, holy hell, that's the future. And my jewelry exploration has been completely an exploration of ZBrush as well. So I don't know, I really just view jewelry as small jewelry or small sculpture objects. I'm not a jeweler, I'm a jewelry designer, and there's a big difference. Like, I'm not setting $100 stone. I mean, if it's a bezel set, yeah, it's fine. I mean, I can do it. No. Like, I can do bench work. I can work metal. But there are people who are good at it. Why would I do it? It makes no sense to me. It's like I don't fix my car. Why would I set a stone? I think a lot of it's funny when my students say, "Oh, I want to do everything. I want to cast. I want to do my this and that." I'm like, do you understand that people spend their entire lives getting good at being a caster, or their entire lives being good at being a bench jeweler, or their entire lives being a good designer? And it's just funny how everybody thinks that, yeah, I'll do it all. It's no big deal. It's just like, all right. I think, Kuwasara said, don't chase two rabbits, you won't catch one. And I'm very well known for saying, well, congratulations, you want to be mediocre at a bunch of things. I don't want to be mediocre at a bunch of things, so I do what I'm good at. So jewelry isn't really, like, I never had a passion for jewelry or anything, and then as I started to do it, I really saw that in some ways, I think the jewelry industry has changed dramatically for the worse once CAD came into. I don't think CAD helped manufacturing greatly, but I don't think it helped the jewelry industry at all, because one, there are a handful of early adopter bench jewelers who then adopted CAD. And that's great. They're good and they're doing cool stuff. But you have to understand that where most of the CAD operators in jewelry come from are someone's third cousin who knew something about a computer. They had no passion for design or no design training. They had no passion for this. And they just sort of, they were sent to school because grandma and grandpa's shop needs a CAD operator. And now jewelry schools are starting to teach, jewelry academies teach CAD now, obviously. But I don't know, I think CAD has created an entire world of false expectations in jewelry. I know in accuracy it has. I mean, I hear so much garbage about scale and scale and scale, and it's got to be 1/10,000th of a thousandth of a 10,000th. Man, the Scythians made the most beautiful shit in the world with a hot rock and a hot coal and some gold and slapped it together, and they made gorgeous stuff. Now, for mass manufacturing, yeah, you want things to be close because you're going to make 10,000 of them. Every, extra tool gesture that's made, that's, hundreds of hours of labor. So I get mass manufacturing. But even then, it's all still voodoo. I mean, you cast on a day where it's humid and your investment doesn't blah, blah, blah. It's not math. And let me tell you, it's sure as hell not down to 10,000ths of a thousandth, because those are not real numbers in jewelry. They're not. You lose percentages in printing. You lose percentages in burnout. You lose percentages in casting. You have shrinkage of metal. It depends on what metal it is. It depends on what investment it is. It depends on, is it inert gas or is it, the moon in retrograde? Who the hell knows? It's voodoo. So what people do is you make a part, you cast it in your casting environment, you then turn around and measure it, and then you change the model to match the part. No one does first run models that are to the thousandth of a thousandth of a thousandth and then get parts right. That's not how CAD to cast works. And so there's this artificial bullshit self-important scale that happens with CAD operators in jewelry. And in turn, creativity leaves because everyone's so wrapped the hell up in their BS. And when I found ZBrush, I was like, hell yeah, here we go. I'm a sculptor. This is sculpting. Ta-da. And I think that, ZBrush has the capacity, and especially now that a lot more manufacturing tools are being built into it. And, the development team listens to us a lot about the needs and desires and wants of the program. And they've done a great job tuning this program. I got the first piece of jewelry out of ZBrush 15 years ago. And I put it up on ZBrush Central, and everybody was like, that was a great rendering. And I'm like, no. I showed them the mill and everything. They were like, oh, hell, that's cast. And I got calls from everyone because ZBrush wasn't a manufacturing tool back then. And, it's interesting. It's been an incredible evolution of how the program works and how it has come into its own being as a manufacturing program. But I think that it can bring artistry back to manufacturing, and that's sort of become my passion. I have a passion for making cool jewelry, but that is more a passion to make cool objects. I mean, I make furniture, I make all kinds of crap. But my real passion recently has been, how can we start an American art movement in jewelry, in the sense of, can we use technology and take old world craft and bring it back to modern manufacturing? And, you hear that kitsch phrase all the time, and it's still the same old CAD garbage. And I think we have an opportunity to change that. And so that's kind of why I've been wrapping my head around the education platform and trying to get as many people learning this as I can. I'm not worried about teaching someone and they're going to take my job. I want as many people using this as possible, because I think it's a two-way street. I want a bunch of jewelers to learn how to make organic, beautiful jewelry with ZBrush. But I think, there are hundreds of thousands of well-trained, talented, passionate people in the ZBrush community who will never monetize. I mean, what are there, 2,000 or 3,000 new jobs a year? Maybe, I think I'm being very generous, in the gaming and film industry, where if we have a solid platform moving forward where people who are passionate and talented in ZBrush who can then turn around and monetize their talent, I think that we have an incredibly, I add up how many sculptors there are in sculpture departments in colleges around this country compared to how many really talented sculptors there are in ZBrush. And with modern printing, as cheap and fantastic as it is, and it's only going to get better, if we can develop a resource where we can have things cast, that's the biggest chink right now in garage manufacturing, is there is no affordable high quality casting facility in the country. There are a few, but it's just expensive, because people don't want the one-off business. People want the I'm going to make 10,000 pieces business. So it becomes really tricky, and that's sort of my quest. That's what I'm trying to do, create an education facility and a manufacturing facility for the education, so we can get one-off casting affordable, and then we'd make our money through quantity of that. And if it's all through ZBrush, and if you're listening to what I'm training you to do, I'm training you to make the parts correct, and it can become something that works, and that will eventually become a destination, and in turn blah blah. So we'll see. So that's kind of my journey to here. Where do I submit? Here, sit, roll over. If you go to ZBrush Jewelry Workshop, you can put your name on the email list there. And I have to send out a New Year's email saying that I've been very bad, and I know it's taken me a year not to make a sign. But I've been told I wasn't bad. Shane Olson at the summit, I was like ready to cry. I'm like, I haven't done shit. I got nothing done. It sucks. And he was like, oh, I sat around for well over a year trying to figure it out, so don't stress. I'm like, okay, good. So this year, my education platform is going to be done. And then I'm on the beta testing team. I'll just develop a thing. We'll update. We'll release, the new modules with the new releases, and hopefully that'll become a community, and then we can leverage that community against technology, and hopefully it will become something nice. But that's what this year's about, is trying to see if I can get a manufacturing facility sort of going and get the education going, so it's tied together, right, where the students of the education facility are providing most of the business for the manufacturing facility. So we'll see. I have high hopes, and we have some good momentum, actually. If I could just get some damn videos made. It hurts. Then we'll be going. Yes, it's coming. Why, thank you. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that I'm legendary. I know I'm a lunatic, a dead set loony. Yeah, no. Um, artif- do you have a model that I I would say that after your Dynamesh Sculptris Pro and go in and touch it up is probably the best way to get rid of seam artifacts. Um, I tend to ZRemesh, reproject, and then smooth because like all of these models, I mean, I don't think, well, one of them had subdivision levels, but most of the models I've gotten don't have subdivision levels because you're all Dynameshing and then you're not taking a base model and Z-remeshing back so you have subdivision levels. And that eventually is going to keep you from getting clean models. Because the only way to really smooth and deal with reposing and a lot of these things that we now do in ZBrush is the capacity of having that the ability to change your subdivision levels. So I don't really deal with the artifacts in the Dynamesh because I will almost never just work on a Dynamesh. There are times when I am like bridging things and stuff, and I'll work in Dynamesh for a little while. Or, there are times that I do work in Dynamesh, but I will almost always, the only time I won't is if I'm, like I can't get a mesh to close or to become watertight. Often I'll Dynamesh then, but that's at the end of the process. So if I'm continuing to work on the model, I will almost never work on a Dynamesh. I always want a quad model with subdivision levels because it just gives me so much more power of what to do with that model. Yep, intentionality. I think you're looking great. It's hysterical. It's fun. All right. Did we have a Bezos? Oh, here's Bezos. Yeah, that's funny. It is Bezos. So you want to turn Bezos into a skull ring? All right. First thing we need to do is close holes. All right. Let me do this. What we need to do is load a subtool. Let me go to nope, that's not there. I thought I had Green Man in here. Oh, you know what? I think he's an STL. 1 second. Append. This is an important thing. If you're bringing an STL or an OBJ into a model, what's going on? No, I didn't close that window. Right? I'm about to bring in a skull ring. It is very important to append a star. Go to that star. And then when you go into import, turn merge on, get your weld just a little bit there, import. Research a base model. Are there any models in there? 1 sec, let's 3D print hub, import. No, that's completely wrong. No wonder nothing's showing up. Where? That's weird. I thought I put those models. Is it here? Okay. Well, if you're importing an STL or an OBJ, do it on a star because it replaces the model. You know, if you bring in a new ZTL, it creates a new tool with that tool. Importing OBJs and STLs do not. Let's do this. I know he's here, I just don't know where I put him. No. New green man face. Boop boop. I just need the shape and size for well, you know, you can always try to compete. It's just, no, that's totally not what I was looking for. Okay. Not it. Delete all. Boop. Okay. Let's go back to Bezos. Let's go to here. Let us go to here. There's a green man. STL. And then here, green man to print. Dropbox to Formlabs to Solus. Okay. So we need to go load tool. Dropbox. Compiled models out. Really? Do I just have a 2 Formlabs folder? No. Oh, yeah, 2 Formlabs. No. Import STL. Dropbox. 2 Formlabs. Boop. Man, I've sent them a lot of stuff. Green man to print. Yeah. Open. All right, there we go. See what I mean? It replaced the star. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna merge Bezos down. And then we are going to delete lower. We are then going to close holes. We are then going to remesh by union because I want his eyes and everything to be in one part. Okay. Do we have perspective turned on? We sure do. Keep perspective turned off. It's annoying. Oh yeah, oh no, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Now we need trim. Where is it? dokie. Boop. Mr. Bezos. Now we're probably going to need to flatten the face a touch just so the ears and stuff don't come too far around. Yeah, I kind of like that. Alright. Sort of like a sweetie kissy Roman. Okay. So let us get, that's masking, not smooth. Let's get rid of that. I know. I like it with all the weird Green Man crap on it. Almost looked like a wreath or a laurel. All right, let's. So the problem you have with these is getting, because in all reality, to get the finger around the head gets wider than it normally is, right? It opens up. And so how to get that transition right. Now the other thing we're going to do is Lightbox, tool, jewelry tools, ring sizes. And if I'm not mistaken, this ring was a 10 and a half, I think. 10 and a half. Grab that mandrel, go back to Bezos, append my mandrel. Boop, boop. I think this was a 10. Okay. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to change the angle of his head just a touch. That way we don't lose that top profile. There we go. Keeping the ears above the halfway mark so the ears don't turn into something that's super painful. Let's slide you up a little more. Maybe there. Okay. Toss you in a folder. Drag you up there. That's a negative. That's start. That is Boolean folder. There we go. We didn't get anything important. All right. So now this becomes trim. And now all you need to do is get his ring address so people can hack his phone or his his what is it? Doorbell. That's what a ring is. Sorry. Is symmetry not turned on? Damn it, Jim. I'm just a doctor. So you want to make sure that you don't have any sharp edges. And then once again, kind of make sure that that edge is not brutal. Uh-oh, someone else uploading stuff. Boop, shift. All right. And then I'd hollow it out. But there you go. That's how I would make a Bezos ring. Was that helpful? If you want, I can send you this as a blank. Obviously, you don't want all this crap. It would definitely be good humor. All right. As I said, I can send it back to you if you send me an email. Okay. Next. Dropbox. happened? All right. My email is right. Just send me a return email and I'll save it out and send it back to you. Wait, did you open a new one? Or send me a new one? Or did I just... Someone just uploaded a new file, didn't they? But this doesn't look like it has any changes, so I think that... 90 million polys. Come on. My poor machine does not like that. Or am I trying to open something? No, that's why it doesn't like that. All right, hold on. Load tool. Date modified. Oh, here we go. First things first. Turn all that crap off. I want to see them up. All right. He's totally fun. Okay, everybody is in their own subtools, right? Yeah, okay. Let's look at it with color again, boom. Come on. Well, I understand graphically why you did that. But I think, like, I understand why there's the line there, you know, because it's a graphic. But I would still argue that you probably want real planes here as well. What happened there? What in the hell? Really? What is going on? Oh. Let's see. These are... that's the problem. Okay. First thing you need to learn to do is organize your models. Make an older parts or reference parts folder. Because that way you can turn on and off because now I have absolutely no idea which are the good. Here, hold on. What we're going to do is this. Delete all. Load tool. Organize. That's why we fought for 13 years to get folders in ZBrush. Use them. Okay. First thing I am going to do is this. Because there's a lot of crap in here, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I could be totally screwing myself on this one too. Merge visible. Okay, so now I only have the pieces you have showing. Now let me, are all of them organized in polygroups? I bet not, huh? Group split? How bad is that gonna screw me? Pretty bad. Okay. Delete all. Let's try that again. Boop. Merge visible. And we'll go from here. Hello, hello. All right. So, once again, let's get back to... Let's see what group similar parts does to us. No, cancel. I'll try it. Well, that's better than 152. Okay. I'll put up with that. Folders! You don't know. Literally, we begged for folders for 15 years. Use them. They're amazing. Okay, let's try this again. So I think you need the direction change here to sell this grumpy puss. I think. I could be wrong about this. This is me guessing at the moment of things that I'm kind of seeing. And where's my line? Come on. Because like I said, I understand the graphic, but I think I removed. Damn sculptors. You know, once again, it's tricky because so much of this is style. Because your silhouette's nice. You might, I think I might like to see a hip in there. Lats, pecs, abs. I know, I'm just looking at a silhouette, I'm not actually trying to. That silhouette gap right there is bothering me. This one. Right. Because there you have that shape, and I know it's created by this being closer to the body, but that being right there, I think you're missing that return here somehow. Either, you know, maybe make another piece of something in there or give it the hip return, because this is implying the hip here, but as soon as this is here, you've lost the implication of the hip on this side. Okay, that's the cape, so let's turn that off for a second and look at our silhouette. Yeah, that hip bothers me. Get a hip in there. Because like I said, this is implying the hip. By having this airspace here, your hip's missing. You know, your silhouette looks good, right? And the posture's okay. Let me get rid of the arms real quick. Nope, 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 we need that. That's more what I was looking at. Yeah, see, you have the I just think you need to get your oops, wrong button. You know, get your back return in there so you're missing the pelvis on him. Right? Give him a hip. Give him a lower back. So there, right, he has at least a return to a butt. And then there, he has at least the implication of those hips. Silhouette wise, that'll help. I know that's clunky. I'm sorry, I'm not. Yeah, I think that'll help a great deal. And I'd probably just go ahead and put a hip, just in case. Right. And that's not, maybe carry that wrinkle around or something, you know, just incorporate a hip in there. Because that's sloppy, the line is kind of sucking, but the silhouette's definitely better. And yeah, the lower back and butt helps. Right. He's a little broader on this side, but I don't know that that matters. Is there a peck on one side and not on the other? Yeah, I guess what some of the things I'm seeing are, once again, you're breaking the integrity of your shell. You know, if you have a peck here, you know, give him a peck here, because that way, if there's something lying on these, and I don't know exactly what's there. One sec. But you see what I mean? Because what it does is it puts the strap. See, you dug the straps into the body, and those little pits were things that I'm noticing. So I think that that's an issue. You know, make sure that don't cut into your form. Build the things on top of your form. So stay true to your form. And I think you got a little cut into your form. Right. Hello, hello. Yeah, I would just punch some of these folds just a touch. Just so as when they do go down to nothing, right, you know, it's starting there and then kind of, you know, a transitional fold in. The center line is kind of screwing that smooth transition. Not, I mean, just the visualization of it at least. You know, decide, because I think, you know, that's there. That's on top. . And I'm gonna give you the same advice I give everyone. It seems to be my harping thing. Once again, these are kind of cut in, right? So your silhouette, and especially something this sharp, you know, your silhouette straight, but what you're getting here is that, and then you're getting that curve. So this is actually not going under that. So I would say, let's get that out a little. Let's get that backed up a little. And then sharpen it up again. So it is actually kind of how you had it. Nice, sharp, and crisp little guy. But now, oops, flip that rascal. Right. Smooth that out. And then just take slide and tuck it under. Smooth it out. It's a little, I took it up a little, you know. But just make sure that when you have something going behind something, it really is. And you may want to, you can take it down to nothing, but when you visualize it, think of the part that's folded to have a little facet there, because your faceting's nice and you're thinking about your folds faceted well. Think about whichever fold is on top, give a flat facet first, and whether you excuse me, whether you take it down to pinch to nothing or not. I think that, because see here, once again, right there, it's a V, it's not a fold, right? It's not going under, it's meeting with. And I think just, you know, once again, just think of that as a little facet. Sharpen. Because there are folds that are V's, you know what I mean? So just, because these are not. These literally are going over and under. And I know I messed up all your clean stuff, but right. Just think of that as facet and then come back and touch it. Don't cut into your form. Keep your form retained, because otherwise you do start to notice, you know, those belts and stuff cut into where your anatomy would be, should be. You know, check your silhouettes on that one, because I'm not paying that much attention, sorry. But see, like here, you know, if this is your base form, all of this is cut into the torso, and you don't want that. Keep your base sacred. And I know, like here, you don't notice it, right? But because you went there and it didn't, this belt is cut into the body, right? Which now makes that need to, you know, kind of come up and over there. That pushes below. Right? So that's a little better. It's not digging in so much. Yeah, no, all in all, it's a lot of fun. I mean, I think your stylization is consistent enough to look good. Not saying the stylization doesn't look good. I'm just saying it's not oh God, that's not the proportion of a hand, right? I mean, like the style of how your bicep works. It is actually inserting and origining where it should. So anatomically it sells, but the stylization works nice. No, I think it looked great. It's a lot of fun. I don't know. That helped. Well, Maestro, that is the question of the hour. Hi, Slinky. And that's something that has been on my mind for a while, and the whole point of the education thing. Because, sadly, supposedly, there are about 3 million illegal copies of ZBrush, which, if you think about that, even if they sold those for $1 a piece, that's $3 million out of their pocket. There are, I would say, well over 100,000 people who are good at ZBrush. I think that's a safe assumption. If there are 3 million users, right? And I mean, some of those are people who downloaded it once, opened it once, and didn't do anything. But the way the market is going right now, I really believe that, designing and printing unique objects is really where the money's going to be. I don't know, it wasn't last week, but the week before that, I showed a Kickstarter where these guys made some dice, and I mean, they were just dice. I mean, they're pretty, but there's nothing unique about them other than the foil is really pretty, right? And they did a great job. They're pretty, but they made $2.3 million off of that Kickstarter. And what that shows you is that, and they only needed, I can't remember, I'm going to say 20,000 people bought it. I can't remember what the number was. But if you think about that, 20,000 clients is nothing. It's nothing. It's not. What is that percentage of the population? It's nothing. And, I see Kickstarters every once in a while blow up, and they're just weird things. But I really do believe that with ZBrush and printing, the capacity to create beautiful custom objects of all kinds and sorts. And the thing is that a lot of the people learned ZBrush because they had a passion for, let's say, games or comic books or film or whatever. And there really is a passion in what they're doing. And I think that really is the power of the ZBrush user, more so than a CAD user. I think there is a different creative process that ZBrush attracts and then promotes. And so I would say, honestly, manufacturing is going to be where people will start to make their money using ZBrush. And now it's just trying to develop a manufacturing facility that can support that community. Because most people don't know anything about manufacturing. And, there's a really good place in Seattle that does figurines and things like that. And then there's a handful of little jewelers, but being able to get consistent good jewelry castings is tricky in this country for affordable. Because like something that cost me, like if we had the casting facility, something that, and I'm not talking about hourly rates or anything, I'm saying I go in and cast it. It's $15 in silver. And I mean, let's say that's $50 that it cost me to make, which it doesn't. That's not even close. I mean, if it's $25, I'm shocked. So, but let's double that. Let's say $50 to make a part. Well, you can legitimately sell something in silver for $100, and people buy it. And that's a big ring. I mean, that's not like a little petite thing. So let's say you're getting your pieces made for, $25 to $50 a piece. That allows you to sell things at that $100 to $200 range. Well, at a casting facility, I was just quoted $900 for my first piece. Now that included molds and this and that, but that's still very high. Another place, which is affordable, is quoting me $145 a piece. Well, the problem with those numbers is you as a garage manufacturer, right? You'll never make money that way. Your brand's not known. And the place that offered me the $145, they're ding dongs. Their work is crap, and I'm supposed to feel like that's okay. That's not okay. So it's now trying to figure out how to, one, make American manufacturing possible and affordable. Because what I can get done in Thailand, I can get one of my big sugar skull rings made for $25 in silver. Are you kidding me? I mean, that's going to cost me $150 here. It's a big difference. So how do we get American manufacturing to be affordable for small players? And the second we can, that now allows the small players to be able to break the rules, change the rules, take risks, and be outside of the box a little. And I don't have all the answers. I definitely have a few ideas, and that's what this year is really going to be working on for me. But I think that it can be done. It just has to be funded with a little innovation, where the money that's being made isn't necessarily off that base set of casting and stuff initially. It'll grow into it, I know. Because let's say you have, 1,000 people who are buying pieces, you're getting pieces cast. Sadly, the other problem with people who are new to the industry don't really know how to prepare models for casting. So a lot of people spend a lot of time redoing and re-prepping models for print and manufacturing. So that's why new people get charged a lot, because honestly, it takes a lot more time to get those models ready. People don't understand that models have to be right to print and then manufacture. And so, there's that learning curve. Well, if we're teaching that learning curve and you give me models that are bad, well then either that's my fault, I'm not teaching you, or you're a bunch of idiots and need to be poked in the eye. And we're willing to do that too, But I really think that manufacturing is where ZBrush is going to be a big, open, wild west market within the next year or two. I hope. But that's what I think. Because there just aren't that many, entertainment jobs out there. And luckily, the ZBrush community is expanding dramatically. So that's what I think. Well, why would someone use ZBrush over some of the other things? Well, one, I don't know. And I mean, trust me, I try. I'm a sculptor. I'm a physical sculptor. I was a physical sculptor for like 25 years before I touched ZBrush. And ZBrush is the most realistic sculpting experience. Two, it is one of the most affordable programs out there. I know Blender's free, blah, 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 whatever. Blender's still like CAD to me. I don't view it as a sculpting program. So, but two things I would say about, I mean, you can get technical in every, I get Blender users who get really crappy and, you know, end of the day is this, is with ZBrush, you get a community that's kind of mind-blowing, and especially if you participate in that community. Two, you get developers who really give a shit about what you want out of the program. I mean, when I started this was not a manufacturing program, and obviously I and others you know, kept saying, oh, we want these tools, oh, we want these tools, oh, we want these tools, and they make them. I mean, I'm like, hey guys, we need a Kitco pricing thing so we can figure out, you know, what the volume of these parts are and what they're going to cost in metal on spot market. Joseph just kicked one out, and there it is. And, you know, it's like we've been asking for draft analysis and wall thickness analysis, and, well, we have it. And I don't think there are very many developers out there. Like Maya just doesn't have the bandwidth to be that responsive, right? I mean, it's a huge company. And it's a huge program. If you are going to work for studios, you know, yeah, you know, Maya's an integrated part of that. And I would assume you have to know something about it. You have to understand, I don't do any of that crap. I don't do UVs. My concepts and usage of geometry are completely different than for the entertainment industry. So obviously there are benefits for those things. I don't really render even. I want to make things, I want them printed, and I want them manufactured. So that's what I do, that's what I teach, and that's how I think about this program, okay? So, you know, if you are doing things in Maya, I'm sure there are things in Maya that you can only do. But for manufacturing, that's not true. I mean, I opened Maya 25 years ago, and great, it was cool. But it also came in a case this big. I didn't want to go to college to learn how to, you know, put the shadows on. I mean, it's just too deep. And it's not what I do. So, if you want the most realistic sculpting experience, a Cintiq and ZBrush, there's nothing that comes close. I mean, as a sculptor, there's nothing that comes close at all. There's just nothing. Now let's see. Well, so you don't understand ZModeler as a blockout tool? Well, I mean, here, I will show you. Start with a star. Number one thing. Let's shrink that. Put your glove back on. Use a glove. Well, if you have a Cintiq, use a glove, because your hand doesn't get all sweaty. All right, so let's do this. Go to a cube. Turn on your lines so you know what your poly counts are. We're going to start with one. Oop, with one right now. Make it singular. Okay. Do I have... I don't know what I have on this computer, so we're just go to front back. Turn floor on. Go to front back. Turn map 1 on. Import. So let's see what pictures I have here. Do I have something that... Okay, well, you know what? We will... wait a minute. Let's do something that I haven't done that's useful. If I'm going to show you a block out, I might as well do something that I need blocked out. Okay. This is what I'm going to block out. Well, once again, this is the thing. ZBrush is not a CAD program. It's not. So there are certain things that CAD usage has gotten into your brain, and you got to get rid of it. And you got to view ZBrush as a sculpting program. And it's tricky. The CAD mind is sort of hard to get around. And, you know, I can't tell you, for decades, people are like, well, ZBrush doesn't have real scale. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? It's five decimal points. You know, 5 decimal points behind a millimeter. What is that? That's 100,000th. So that's 100,000th of a millimeter. That's not real. Those aren't real numbers. That's not real scale. Okay, maybe someone is doing something to 100,000th of a millimeter. And if you're milling, you can get accurate, you know, like that. But if you're printing, that's not real. It's just bullshit numbers. So, you know, what are you trying to do? Like you said, in a car, you know, things have to fit to certain preference or parameters. Good God. Well, okay. I guess it's getting late, isn't it? Yeah, it's 3:30. Sorry. My brain's a little slow. I started at 8 p.m., so give me a break here. So you have to wrap your head around it as being something slightly different than CAD. But there's nothing that you can't do, and you can get that accurate. It's just because I did a lot of Chavant carving for automobiles. We hand carved the Batmobile. You know, we hand carved a bunch of cars for some designers, and so Chavant and your rake tools. I don't care what a car designer says, that shell isn't accurate. You know, I mean, within 1,000th of a millimeter. I got a clay tool. You make a mold of it. What's accuracy? Guess what? You just bend it in and you bolt it. You know, I mean, there's this fallacy of accuracy. Now, a lot of the other parts, you know, they're cast and then machined, and machining can get very accurate. But, you know, the shell of a car doesn't have to be that accurate. It's amazing a bolt can bring in, you know, a 1/16 of an inch without, I mean, it's not a real issue. So if you keep reality in mind, there's absolutely nothing that ZBrush can't do that someone else can do. But you have to approach it differently. The machine doesn't do a lot of things for you. And I think that's the big trick. So here we go. This is the outline of a knife that I'm going to do with my friend. And so we start. I'm going to take this and drag this out, and I'm going to the blue lines, right? Because we're going to do the blade first. So let's start here. Right? And I'm not worried about thickness right now. I'm going to go to ZModeler, and I'm going to drag this out. And then I'm just going to tap it again. Oop. Tap it a few times. And you can see where the blue line is hitting the frame up here. That's where I know where I'm at. Okay, and I think I need one more. Yeah, there we go. So that's pretty close. And now I'm going to come this way. Oops. Oops. Oh, you bastard. Boop, boop, boom, boom. And I'm paying attention to where that blue line is, right? And that's going to get me rough. Oh, what the hell happened there? Sorry. Roughly where I need to be. All right, there we go. Too much. Okay, so now I go like this, move points infinite x, y, z, and I'm just going to find that edge, yeah, find that edge. What are you doing? What did I just hit? Why is that? No, hold on. We can turn that off. Okay, it's moving again now. So first of all, if I know that this is going to be symmetrical this way, I'm going to go like this. I'm going to put a center line on it, because if I put a center line on it, I can now do symmetry. So we're going to insert multiple edge loops. You tap it once, and that's center. So now I'm going to grab all of these guys. Boop. This is not center in the world, so we're going to do this local symmetry. And boop. Sorry, I'm getting tired, so my... All right, oh, I don't have it selected, that's why. Is this Y? Yes. W, come up here, rotate that down. There we go, that's pretty close. It's not actually going perfectly straight. But since this is the tang, I'm not going to be too stressed about it. All right, boop, boop. And now I'm going to go like this. It is right there. So easiest way is to, oh, ZModeler isn't on. Boop. Now I'm going to change this to single edge loop. And that's going to allow me to move this kind of up here. And then I'm going to grab that point. Nope, too big. Grab that point, drag it into where I need it. Where are you? There you are. Now as you notice, he has not made this tang. This is not symmetrical, but I don't care at the moment. So I'm going to turn symmetry off. I'm going to grab this and drag it over here. Drag this there. There. Bring it flush. Bring it flush. Bring it flush. Boom. All right. There we go. Once again, insert edge. And now this just becomes a match lines. And it's important when you're thinking about your edges here, as you're going along, just finding key points that you want to line up. Like, I want one of these to hit there, just so I have a reference point for that. As the blade changes thicknesses, I want that to be there, because I'm going to turn this into that edge, but we'll get to that in a minute. And you know, this seems, oh, well, that's not very accurate, but honestly, it is. Right, I think that's where that starts, and then I'm just going to guesstimate at the moment. Okay. And it's like, oh, well, those weren't perfectly straight. Well, it's super easy. You just come in here, select them, go W, grab this little groover, bring it up here where you want that line to be, and just drag that down. Do we have anything deselected? Nope. Let's try that again. There we go. Flip. Nope, that's not. Gotta make sure that's straight. There you go. So that's straight, and then from here, you have a slight bend up. There you go. So now we need that to be straight. Select, bring it down, boom, 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 and you just drag them, and that brings all those in line. Right. So there's our rough, and now ZModeler. These W. Boom. Come on. Right. And then I can move this up to where I need it. Right. Then bring that into where it is. Slider's a subtool. That tells you exactly. Obviously, my picture is not to scale because that is 0.78 mil. But there you go. Man, no, but I mean, you know, it depends on what. Yes, like ZBrush does not have a gear tool, and I'd love ZBrush to have a gear tool, but I mean, arguably, if it had a gear tool, those gears would be as accurate as anything else. I mean, you know, it's digital, and as long as whatever that file that comes out. Now, ZBrush does not put out step or Aegis files. And so you're always going to an OBJ or an STL that then will be converted into step language or machine language, you know, or G code or whatever they're using now. So there is, you know, yeah, it's not a full-fledged manufacturing tool. I wouldn't design an engine in it because there are just certain things that, like, I can make any of those things fit together. Like I can get things to pin and groove and because you just use the piece that they're fitting in as the cutter. You're bullying it, and there you go. It fits, you know. But yeah, the problem is that CAD and ZBrush just don't talk well. If it could import, you know, the step or Aegis file, is it Aegis? What is the thing that AutoCAD produces? That'd be nice. But I dealt with a lot of AutoCAD users who are idiots, who literally, yeah, it's great. You can make something pretty on your AutoCAD, but it's absolutely asinine when it comes to actually using it. And I mean, I think I've had more unrealistic designs produced by at least one ding dong that I know of that isn't. Oops. So on the move tools, it's definitely by brush radius. So if you get here and start it, you know, you're not moving the ones below it. And now we're going to take these. And we are going to sloop. Sloop. Bastages. You just, yeah. You know, it's funny because I always, in some format or another, I always try to teach this as basic. And you're right. People do have some interesting issues with wrapping their head around it. I don't understand why. And that makes me a crappy teacher, sadly. I wish I did understand, because I don't know, to me it just makes, I don't know what more you need. It's like, you know, these are, well, you take the point, you move the point. You know, I just, and once again, like I said, it makes me a crappy teacher on this one. Okay. Right, and there you go. That's a basic model. Now, you want to punch a hole in it, you grab this. I go to the center of that, boop. That is not where that is. So you want that to be at the center. I picked the wrong one. We want that one. Actually, I just need to add another hole. There you go. And then I'm going to throw a center line on this right now so we can, that's why it wasn't working in symmetry for me earlier. We're going to go there, split, and I want to have symmetry turned on, Z, and I can actually come here. That's the center, grab this out until I touch the edge, right? And so now that hole is pretty darn close to the same size, but we will later on use a pen that is the same size. And there you go, you have a basic block out that is pretty damn accurate. And I played with the point a little and I moved it off. Normally you center it before you do off this and blah, 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 and that's the wrong size. But, you know, and really that's all you need in block up in ZBrush, because we're now going to start sculpting. And the more subdivision levels you have when you start sculpting, the better off you are. So you really want as few polygons as you can get in, you know, if it's not perfect, you just futz with it a little and get it there, and ta-da. It's just, you know, once again, it's just learning to get used to it. Well, okay, the thing is this, is that the interface for ZModeler is rough because everyone wants to know everything about it. I use 5 tools in ZModeler. I mean, I use Slide, I use QMesh, I use Insert, and yeah, that's it. I mean, it's like, this is as far as I do anything in ZModeler, because I'm sculpting. You know, if you try to get in and niddle around and then, you know, you go here and you hold this down, you're like, well, you go here, you know, and you hold this down and you're like, oh my God, what does all this crap do? Who cares? For the most part, you're going to learn the tool you need to do the job. Don't go in here and try to figure out what to do with that and that and that. At some point you're going to need to flip a face, and you'll come in and you go, oh yeah, I need to flip the face. I mean, like, I do single polygons, all polygons. I do a lot of poly loop and then poly group all. But, you know, like all these full steps and, you know, half the time they don't work for me, and I don't care. I'm just like, okay, well, here. Because the other thing people forget is that, you know, they get into ZModeler and then they're like, oh God, I have to find the ZModeler solution. Well, no, you don't. You still have, you know, this. You still have this. And now, you know, you can move that around with the other tools that you're more used to, better aligned with. So the key is in ZModeler and for block up in general is to get the things that you need and use them. That's it. And like we were talking about trying to get this to fit, right? So now there's a step in here, right? Well, if I'm trying to make this part fit this part, I'm just going to take this here. I'm going to draw a line in it. ZModeler. Nope, I need that to be a single polyline so I can slide it around. And I'm going to get that there. And we'll use slide. And I'm going to let's do edge loop complete. And I'm going to slide that there. And then I'm going to go here. I'm going to do polyloop. I am going to, are we in QMesh? QMesh, polyloop, boom. Come on. And polyloop the wrong direction. Polyloop out, but I'm going to hold control. And now what that has done is that it's used the base geometry to then give me a part that is the exact fit to the inside, right? Now we're going to auto group, boom. And now I have a separate part, right? And it is that other surface. I've left a little airspace on that. But, you know, you can use the other surface to generate control. See, it's up and out. Just bring it in until it actually, there you go. QMesh polygroup. Yep. And so now I know that those are going to fit because I'm actually using the surface of the thing behind it. And so it's really easy to just get your rough blocked out base shapes here and ready to go. And actually that's in the wrong place. That's supposed to be fatter. I included, see, that's not supposed to go down that much. There was a line right there that was supposed to be there. But, right? Like if I'm doing the handle, you know, you can take this, QMesh, hold down control, auto group, grab that, all poly, no, yeah, no, all poly group. Polygroup all. Those are supposed to be different polygroups. Right? And now that's where I can now take this. Ooh. QMesh. And that's not square, it's at an angle, right? Just drag this down. And now it's at that angle. Bring it up here. Rotate it to where it's at the right angle. Drag it up. And you can see it's not quite at the right angle. Just rotate it around until it is. It wasn't selected. Rotate it until it's at the right angle. Auto group. Group split. Okie dokie. And now you have those base parts done like that. Yeah. Like I said, you're going to have to wrap your head around the interface a little. I think the interface is the number one real issue with ZBrush because it's alien. And there are a lot of tools that are legacy that really aren't used by people who aren't using 2.5D and some of that stuff. But Ulfer wants the people who started using his product at the beginning to still be able to use it how they use it. And so, it's very nice that it's there. I think that if there was a way to do it where, how like Photoshop has the different menu presets where it's, it's like web development and photo editing or whatever. Why is that not planar flattening? Because let's undo this. Because I was on the wrong subtool. And this is what I mean. Like, that was a little woggy right there, right? And people are like, oh, well, God, how do I solve that in ZModeler? Well, you don't. There's this beautiful brush called planar flatten. You just come in and you flatten the living hajibas out of it. There you go. Look at that. Ta-da. What in the hell did I do? Oh, no. Okay. That's not. See that? ZBrush doesn't make lines like that. So I was very confused for a minute. And we just take. Whoop, 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 whoop. Insert. Nope. Give me that point. Give me that point. Right. And you can bevel these edges. But this, normally you'd make it without the hole, bevel the edges, get everything shaped in, use the other thing and just Boolean cut it in. But I was just showing you can make a hole. So there are a few easier ways of going about it, but there it is. Hello, Sea Spring. Hello, Berlin. I miss Berlin. I like Berlin. Berlin's a great city. It is now 4:06 a.m. So I've been here 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've put in a full day, an 8-hour day. Awesome. Okay, kind and gentle folk. I think I might call it. I'm not really tired, but I actually have to do some things tomorrow. It's New Year's Eve. It's not New Year's Eve anymore. It's now New Year's Eve, isn't it? Alrighty then. I think that I will call it quits. I think that we got everyone in. I'm surprised. I thought it was going to be a short night. We only had 2 things uploaded, and well, people started to upload, which is good. I'm glad. Hopefully it's helpful. Oh. Keystone copping it over here. Okay. Are there any other questions that people would like answered before I bail? Shut things down? Your last chance of the decade. Last ZBrush questions of the decade. I have been to Portugal. I like Portugal a lot too. My business partner and the actual jeweler behind me, Tony Rodriguez's family is from Portugal. He still speaks Portuguese some. But yeah, no, Portugal's awesome. Anyone? Last ZBrush question of the decade? All right then. I am going to call it 8 hours is enough. I think it's been 8 hours. Can someone push that button and figure out what the time is? Machine Toys, that's a good name. Yeah, I think we covered everything. We went through a bunch of stuff. I think. Yes. I'm not seeing anything that is screaming my name. So I think, yes, Bendindi as well. It's fun. Well, depending on where you go, it's fun. It can be very bizarro in other places. The whole pooing on the street thing's bizarro. But they do that in Seattle too, so I can't really say anything. I like it in the countryside. I like it out. Gosh, I wish I could remember. We were out in the middle of nowhere a couple times, and then there's a huge, really, really old temple complex we went to that was just absolutely amazing. People, all the tantric sculptures everywhere and stuff. That was when I was young. I don't know if I can hold out another 14 hours. I think that my 8 hours is going to have to be good enough. Okay, kind and gentle folk. Happy New Year's. Have a safe New Year's celebration. And I will see you in 2020. The next Monday. I'll be here next week. So feel free to email me if you have any questions. And no, Wundermustard, this is the last Pixologic stream of the decade. So if you have any questions, get them in now. I'm not tired, so I can squeeze a couple things in if we need to. If not, I will see you in a week. Alrighty, the gloves are coming off. Pa-da! Doki wear, awesome sauce. Okay, I think we're there. All right, Happy New Year, and like I said, thanks to Pixologic for allowing me to stream on their wonderful site with wonderful people. If you're not familiar with the stream, join us. We have tons of talented artists. There's always someone streaming. It's awesome. There is a free download of ZBrush on the page. And What else? Is there... excuse me. Is there anything else I'm supposed to say? And yeah, let's keep our fingers crossed and hope that 2020 is as productive as it's hinting it could be. Join me on Instagram, TS Wittelsbach. I got nothing. It's 4 o'clock. I don't know. Alrighty. I guess I need that. Happy New Year's. And I hope 2020 will bring you everything you desire. And like I said, be safe. Don't be doing stupid crap. Well, do stupid crap. Just do it safely. Have a great one. Here we go. I thanked everyone, right? All right. Thanks everyone again. Happy New